This hybrid meeting of the Urban Renewal Authority. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. If you're a board member, please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for the broadcast and recording. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I'll call the Urban Renewal Authority special meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Madera.
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Noble. Commissioner Hurst.
Present.
Commissioner Grimes.
Present.
Commissioner Ford.
Present.
Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Commissioner Boucher.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis.
Present.
Commissioner Fairfield. Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to excuse those members not present. Commissioner Grimes,
So moved.
Vice Chair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. First item on the agenda is presentation for the Mile High Greyhound Park Public Art Process Update. Would like to invite Abraham Ramirez, Commerce City Cultural Council President, to make the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Ramirez. I'm president of Commerce City Cultural Council. I'm here to introduce a project that we are in collaboration with Hey Hugh in Del West. It's kind of I think it's kind of a nice project. It's something new, something innovative, and I'm glad that Del West is taking the effort to promote this. But anyways, I'd just like to say that it's done through a democratic kind of system. They brought the information to us, and they tried to reach out to the public and try to get people on that committee to be on it. And so we had a few people that came on. Since I was on Cultural Council, we had a few people from Cultural Council join the group. And so we all voted democratically for the piece of art that's going to be presented. And it was kind of interesting how they went through the process of the artists and all that. So anyways, with that, I would say one more thing, that the artist that we did choose is from Commerce City. So it was kind of nice to be able to have the artwork being represented by a person who came from Commerce City. So with that, I'd like to introduce Hey Hugh. They're going to be joining us Zoom.
Can everyone hear me? This is Deanne Gertner with Hey Hugh.
Yes, we can, Deanne.
Okay, my collaborator, Castle, I think we're a little bit confused about how this hybrid setting works. So Castle, if you just raise your hand and then you can join as a panelist. Okay, you got it. And are we also able to share our screen? It looks like we can now. Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
you can.
All right, sorry. Thank you for bearing with us for the technical difficulties.
we just want to say thank you to Abe for introducing us. We had a great time working with the Commerce City Cultural Council. We created a subcommittee that included mainly Cultural Council members and a few other members of the community. And we had a really great time working for several months to narrow down what we think is the best artwork for this Commerce City project. And we're really excited to present it. Today, we also have the artists with us, Carlos Fresquez and Frank Zamora, Frank's of Commerce City. We also have Del West here to answer any master developer questions if needed. And Deanna and I are HeyQ, an independent third-party artist consultant brought on by Del West to navigate this process and make sure we're adhering to all the rules of the city and making sure the artists are treated fairly, making sure the public is heard. And here we go. Deanne, take it away.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly review who HeyQ is. We are an experimental art agency based in Denver, and we were founded to promote artist entrepreneurship and art ownership. We started out doing some pop-up gallery events in a delivery box truck, and then we've transitioned to doing some public art pieces that are for the Civic Center Park in downtown Denver, the Downtown Denver Partnership. We've worked with several different businesses in downtown Denver, and people get our name mixed up a little bit sometimes. So Hue is an homonym of you, so it's a play on words. So it should sound like Hey You, but it's Hey Hue as in color regarding art. So Castle and I, we've known each other for a long time. We first got connected when we served as board members for the Young Professionals Group at the Denver Art Museum, and we both had our hands in lots of different things around town. I'm just kind of racing through this so we can get to the meat of the project. We've been featured in lots of different local media outlets, and we got to get featured once in the New York Times when Greta Thunberg came and did her climate change protest down there, which was really exciting. Here are just some of our past projects we worked on around the city. They're all but the Civic Center piece is still up that you can see when you're driving around downtown Denver. And so we'll dive into Greyhound Park. So you probably already know it's this mixed use community going to have 800 housing units over 65 acres, northwest corner of East 63rd Avenue and Holly Street, in the former historical site of the Greyhound Park. And we've been working, like Castle said, really closely with Del West and the architects there, the landscape architects, to determine the best location for our artwork. And we've decided that the corner of East 62nd Avenue and Glencoe Street, kind of the entrance to the development, is going to be our feature location. And I'll let Castle talk about the design.
Right, so we're right on the corner, right in front of the affordable housing development, and it's a very visible corner. This piece of art is going to be featured in kind of a plaza, piazza area with checkered pavers. There's going to be a platform rising the artwork up, so you'll see that soon. You can see there is a curved seating around the sculpture that is reminiscent of a stadium. So all of these things sort of hint at Greyhound Park and the stadium, just with a new twist. So when you see the artwork, the stadium will make sense. Surprise, coming. Here's the location. Here's drawings, architectural drawings of where the artwork will be placed. The landing right there is the affordable housing. 223 unit affordable housing. We'll have a coffee shop and a museum behind it. So it's really a community area. It is for the people who live there, but being that it's right on the edge of the development, it's open to the public. So that's where this becomes public art. Anyone can sit around and enjoy the art.
and make it a community gathering space.
Right.
So now we'll just kind of talk about the selection process real quick. So we got engaged with Del West. They connected us to the Commerce City staff. We then were connected with the City Cultural Council and Historical Society. And from there, we created this subcommittee, the Greyhound Public Art Committee.
And we've been following the process that was given to us by Commerce City for artwork selection.
Exactly. So we worked with the subcommittee to establish our criteria and vision for the artwork. We did some surveys to the greater community, both in paper format and online format, and got a really great amount of feedback from the local community. Then we managed a public call for requests for qualifications. From there, we narrowed down who the artists were we wanted to have be our finalists, and we had them do site-specific proposals for this location. We worked with those artists to develop those site-specific proposals, and then those got presented to our public art committee. They then selected our winning artists, Los Supersonicos, that's Carlos Fresquez and Frank Zamora, who we'll have on in just a second to describe their artwork. And then we all of us, Los Supersonicos, Hey Hugh, and the Public Art Committee and Del West, we all worked together to figure out this architecture and the engineering and refining the sculpture design. And so after that, once we were feeling good about our sketches that we had, we engaged Silo Workshop, who's a local public art fabricator here in town, and they're going to do the engineering, fabrication, and installation for us. We like working with them because they're a one-stop shop. They work with Carlos extensively, and so they have a really great working relationship. And so they've developed the renderings and drawings that you'll see later on in this presentation. And hopefully this is our very last step of getting our final seal of approval before we can begin doing the fabrication. So with the art committee, we went through hundreds of images of existing public art pieces, and we pulled out the ones that really resonated with the committee. So this was kind of our vision board that we started with. You can see, you know, animals were a big deal, things that had a lot of upward vertical momentum, things that could be interacted with or walked around. And so we integrated that into the design. Sorry, go ahead, Castle.
Larger than life, Instagrammable moments.
Exactly. So here's the words that correspond to our vision board. So we wanted an iconic, monumental, colorful piece, something that's layered. It has multiple meanings to different people. It speaks to the past, present, and future, and it can connect multiple generations of people who live in and around Commerce City. So we wanted it to be fresh, durable, safe, and then, you know, the interactivity is more low key, but still there, and interact with the building that it's next to and create somewhat of an enclosed space. So between the piazza design that Castle described and our the sculpture, we think we've hit on all of these selection criteria. So our total estimated budget is not to exceed $120,000. The numbers inside here may shift a little bit around depending on the actuals, but that's our not to exceed number, and it seems like a lot. And so we're using it wisely and making sure that we're adhering to that budget.
And that is the required 1% spend of the purchase price of the Greyhound Park property.
Exactly.
Yeah, in accordance with the rule of art.
All right, so now we can pass it to Frank and Carlos. So you both just need to raise your hand and then ask to be made a panelist, and I'll continue sharing if you haven't already. Okay, I see Carlos. Now we just need Frank.
Deanne, I don't see Frank in the meeting tonight.
Oh, he's not there? Okay, let me text and make sure he got,
Might be some
it
technical.
might be under Francisco Mora.
I'm not seeing anything, but I will try and see what I can do.
Okay. Let me just text him real quick, because we were just on a call with him. And Carlos, do you want to get started so we're not?
How long do we have, city council or city urban authority?
About another 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. I can't see myself for some reason. I don't know why. I see everyone else, but
Turn on your video or.
well, that's fine. I don't need to see. Oh, I see. Okay, there. All right. Okay. Well, with Frank not being there, I'll go ahead and see what I could do to cover for the next 10 minutes or so if need be. But I'm Carlos Fresquez. Frank Zamora is born and raised in Commerce City. I live in Denver, unfortunately. But no, I think you're controlling the screen, so maybe just go to the next image. This is one of my pieces I did on Morrison Road in South Sheridan in Denver. And then on the right on your screen is a commission for Denver. It's a 16th Street Mall, the alley artwork project. And I went to this one alley that kind of smelled. So I thought a gigantic 10-foot, 5-car air fresheners would assist in making that alley smell better. So that's one of my pieces there. So next slide, please. Oh, here's Frank's. We'll talk for him until he comes back and maybe he can fill in. Again, he's from Commerce City. He is a sculptor, painter, and has been exhibiting his work for probably 40 plus years. And I've been showing work for about 50 years now, creating artwork. And so Frank and I have collaborated as a team since 1998, and we call ourselves Los Supersónicos, which is actually the Jetsons cartoon in Latin America and in Mexico. Next slide, please. So when I heard about this call, I just kept thinking about, like, you know, first thing came to mind is like a greyhound, maybe a colored kind of greyhound, and I thought, well, that's very obvious. And then thinking about and researching, it's like these dogs were somewhat abused, and it's kind of nice that they don't run anymore. And so I kept thinking about, like, the comment made when or the statement, or when the dogs were released to run, the announcer would say, "Here comes Rusty." So this little fake rabbit would run around so the dogs could run as fast as they could to try to catch up with this rabbit. So ultimately I thought, like, well, it's the rabbit that's actually the winner. You know, the rabbit always wins, right? Because it never gets caught, because it runs and it moves faster than dogs. So it made me think, like, well, Rusty's actually like Rocky Balboa, the movie, you know, with this fist in the air kind of. There we go. So that's kind of where I came up with, like, well, Rusty, the rabbit's actually like Rocky, the winner. And instead of the greyhounds, which, you know, they all run, and of course there's one winner, but the rabbit ultimately, to me, is the one that won the race. So let's see the next slide. I'm not sure what we have here. Oh, and in looking at the design since Heyu, their call for entry asked for something vertical in height. I always love this mid-century look of the signage. So I kind of borrowed from that. Frank and I looked at these and kind of borrowed imagery, and the look of these signs here is one inspiration. Next slide, please. And so here's what we came up with, this kind of rocky type rabbit, I always say rusty. And on the plaque, as Frank would say, as he lives real close to the dog tracks, and well, former dog tracks, and he could actually hear in the summer, you know, here comes Rusty. You just hear it through the neighborhood, kind of resonating. So we wanted to make sure that was stated onto the plaque. And the rabbit will be wearing a vest that the dogs would wear. The dogs would usually have a vest with a number on there, and we'll probably put like, you know, number 1 on the back or something, because actually, again, we feel that Rusty won the race here, and he's kind of the rocky. And below around the feet of Rusty, there's 2 dogs running around a racetrack. And I'm not sure how much more. Oh, here's the scale.
Yeah, we've got the front, the side, and the back views.
Okay. Yeah, so here's the front, and the height is no more than 20 feet, I believe. Yeah, it's almost 18 feet up to the tip of the ears. And I think you have another side.
Oh, I will point out, though, that this racetrack is kind of an angled wedge so that people will be able to see the track and the dogs from the ground. So you can see this gives you a better angle to see that wedged shape of the racetrack. So side view and then our back view.
Yeah, and one thing, you know, when I see pictures of this Rocky sculpture, you know, people always go and take selfies or pictures with it because it's just so iconic. And I just thought, oh, this might be some kind of, you know, image that people would want to photograph and just find humorous. And it actually asks a lot more questions like, well, wouldn't it make more sense to have a Greyhound there? And in one way, yeah, but at the same time, it's like this actually raises more questions and is more mysterious, because then you find out more about this history. You find out that the Greyhound tracks that you know, the dogs chase this rabbit. So the rabbit, again, to me, was the key to making it all function or move, or for the dogs to even run, for the race to even happen. The rabbit was totally the key to this. So.
And then this shows the base. So we're going to have this concrete circular base that it goes into, and you can see all of the different kind of threaded rebar that'll go to reinforcing it. So it's going to be go underground by about 3 feet down. Or am I reading? Yeah, I'm reading that right. 3 feet underneath the grade for that extra stability and security.
Yeah, I've worked with Silo Workshop on several projects, and as Deanne said earlier, or maybe it was Castle, they do it all, and they'll take care of the project and make sure it's all compliant. We have to have city engineers and everything approved for it to hold up and withstand time.
And on the back of the plaque, we have some different options for what that could say. They essentially basically give the narrative story of who Rusty is and why he's so important to this location. So there's different options there, and it's from the first race in 1949 to the last one in 2008. And then here's just the image, the rendering to scale. So you can see that he'll be very visible and easy to spot from afar. And Frank, or Carlos, sorry, do you want to, I've got Frank on my mind because he's not here. Do you want to talk about the different materials?
Yeah, the V-shaped pedestal will be all out of stainless steel, so there's no rust. And then if you can go back to the rabbit, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, the rabbit will be a plastic resin. It's corrosion resistant, waterproof, and it's a very, very, very durable product. So it will stand up definitely a test of time. And again, the materials will be steel. The paint, I've used this on all my sculptures. It's gloss acrylic polyurethane. It's one of the most durable paints out there for exterior.
This is another sculpture of yours, correct?
Oh yeah, there's a piece I did at Paco Sanchez Park here in Denver. Painted with the same material.
And then these are examples of some of the other pieces that Silo has worked on. So obviously they did the piece with Carlos on Morrison Road, and then some examples of some of their other works. And here's just our timeline after today. We'll hopefully get our approval, and then we'll get our engineering designs finalized. In Q2, we'll begin fabrication, and then we're shooting for an August installation and also doing a public unveiling. We have plans to do like a kind of a street party type event to bring the public there and to celebrate the unveiling of this sculpture. And that's all we have. I'm not sure if there are questions.
Does anybody on the URA have any questions? Commissioner Noble?
I don't really have a question, but it's really very charming and playful and will be great fun for that site. That's really wonderful. So thank you for all the work, and you all did a really wonderful job. I'll be interested. how are you going to decide which plaque is used?
Yes, that's a good question. Our committee would decide that, but if you have a vote right now, we'd be happy to hear it.
I liked all of them.
Okay.
That makes it easier or harder, I guess.
You know, and if I could say one more thing, I'm just really glad you just said that this is fun, because I think that's what we need, more joy and laughter in our lives. So thank you for that. Appreciate that comment.
Any other questions or comments from the URA members? Seeing none, we thank you all for your time this evening, for the presentation, the work that's gone into this. Look forward to seeing the installation. We're now going to move on.
Will you be voting on it, or are we?
I don't have a vote.
We just go ahead?
Are we being asked to vote on this?
Well, we want to make sure if you are, that we have the full final approval.
I believe Abe is recommending it for approval, I think, by you guys.
So, great question, Chair. There's not a need for a vote. I think they were simply looking for your consensus tonight to continue moving forward to make sure that they're meeting the vision of the board.
Did anybody have any objections? Hearing none, proceed. We'll now move on. We'll now move on to resolutions. Thank you. Have a good night. We'll now move on to resolutions. First up is Resolution URA 2022-07, a resolution amending the 2022 budget of the Urban Renewal Authority. Does anybody on the URA have any questions for staff regarding this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-07. Commissioner Madera?
So moved.
Have a motion. Commissioner Ford? Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-07. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, once again, I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution URA 2022-07, amending the budget for 2022 for the Urban Renewal Authority. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have an executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, to determine positions and instructing negotiators relative to the continued engagement of Regen LLC as the authority's owner representative for the development of the Mile High Greyhound Park. Commissioner Grimes?
So moved.
Commissioner Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We will move into executive session in room 2308. We will return to council chambers upon conclusion of the executive session to conclude the Urban Renewal Authority meeting and start the city council meeting.
Starting with virtual will be David Collins. And then we'll get into in-person. Yep.
You ready with your slide?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are we broadcasting?
Yes, sir, we are.
Awesome, thank you so much. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time, I will call the regular meeting to order and ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We are all present, so we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Would like to invite everybody present and remote to join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody, for that. I have to be honest and tell you that it has been a long time since we have heard the audience say the Pledge of Allegiance in here, and it is very nice to have you back. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication was 7:25 p.m. The time is now 7:33 p.m., so no action is required by the council. The City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate virtually in citizen communication for this meeting. If you are currently in the Zoom meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Those attending in person to speak during citizen communication will be called upon after virtual comment has concluded. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. Thank you. First up, we have David Pauley.
David, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. My name is David Polly, and I live at 18029 East 99th Place. First, I want to thank the council for taking my request seriously for the town hall meeting. It means a lot to the community that this council agreed to it, and the city staff is working hard towards making this a successful event for the city, the residents, and the stakeholders. It's very much needed, and I cannot thank you enough. I registered tonight to talk about the 96th Avenue issues for East Point, but this afternoon I was informed that apparently Oakwood Homes has decided to take that collaborative idea of a town hall and make it their own. From everything I can gather, this April 6th meeting is not the city effort that I suggested and is a bit of a slap in the face for the residents and to the city staff. Then I found out that Oakwood would be formally asking council members Douglas and Noble to be recused this evening for potential impartiality. Couldn't get Mr. Douglas recused on the planning committee because of how ill-prepared Oakwood's legal counsel was, so now they're coming after his wife. Yet I didn't see a recusal request for anyone else on this council, such as Council Member Ford, who received thousands in campaign contributions from the very Oakwood staff that speaks in front of this council. Mr. Hayes from Oakwood personally donated to Mr. Ford's campaign, and I can only assume again as treasurer for the Metro Housing Coalition PAC, where he serves as treasurer. And I assume Mr. Ford's recusal will be forthcoming in accordance with CP 22. And I'm sure we can find reasons for each and every member of this council to be recused. So why don't we stop playing this game? This is not how a good neighbor and community partner acts. And this is just a couple of examples that I can fit into 3 minutes. The hypocrisy has to end, because until then, the citizen communication you see tonight and with every filing and council meeting going forward is going to look just like this. And the social media discussion will go unchanged, and we're going to have an unproductive and angry town hall. So I will end with a saying from my own community group, and I'm sure you're all familiar with the shape of the Reunion Park. So you will understand when I say Oakwood, don't be a park. Thank you. I yield my time.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Next up will be Julie Dickman.
Julie, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can either hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Julie Dickman. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Julie in the meeting.
Thank you. Next will be Austin Gonzalez.
Mayor Huseman, Austin is currently present in
you.
person.
We'll hold him for a moment. Next will be Tina Thatcher.
Tina, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Tina Thatcher. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Tina in the meeting either.
All right. Next, we will move to those that are present, and we will start with Austin Gonzalez.
I'm just coming to you guys tonight to talk to you about some issues in my neighborhood. I've talked to you all personally on the phone. The speeding and the driving recklessly over there off of 62nd and Holly is absurd, and I'm fed up with it. I watched again today another car run the stop sign on the school bus while they're dropping off kids in the afternoon. Somebody's gonna get hurt out there. I don't want my kid hurt. I don't want anybody else hurt. The city needs to do something about this. They need to put in some speed control devices or something. I've been told time and time again that this is a collector road, a main plow route. That's not working for me. I live there. I don't care what their speed studies say. I see it day in and day out. There's reckless driving, there's speeding nonstop, and I think that something needs to be done, and I'm not gonna stop until something is done about it. I've talked with the police, I've talked with the engineers, I've talked with the manager. I just keep getting the same thing over and over, and that's not gonna cut it. So I'm just bringing it to you guys. I don't want somebody getting hurt out there. The kids are not always gonna look before they cross the street. They're children. They're gonna run in the street. That's just how it is. I don't want my kid hurt, and I don't want anybody else hurt. So that's my concern, and that's what I'm bringing to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Grimes?
No question. I just want to say thanks for coming tonight. I appreciate you taking time to call me last week and talk about the issue. And I've raised it with staff, and I'm certain other council members have. And I want to seek a solution. We just have to find out what the right one is. So thank you for being here.
No, thank you all for taking my call and, taking the time to talk to me personally. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next up will be Steve Douglas on his first of 3 trips to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for allowing us to have citizens communication in the council's chambers. We thought it was going to be online and had to go outside and make that phone call, but thanks for allowing us to do that. I had a constituent come to me, and it wasn't time to forward to any of you, but the Lutheran Church has issues with their foliage on 104th to stretch. It seems that they're having a hard time keeping trees alive and grass because during the wintertime, we have plows, and we also put some sort of solution on the roads, just like a freeze preventer. And well, that, works its way into those little areas, those grass areas or tree lawn areas. So they're requesting if they could put hardscape in instead of trying to replace those trees or grass, if that's possible. And the other thing is, as a citizen and someone who sits on the plan as an alternate, and it was encouraged by the planning chair that we all need to keep our citizens informed of what's going on. And that's all you need to do is make sure they're well informed of what's happening and put the information that you receive, which the staff does. And so when it becomes public information, you're allowed to share that. And so that was used against me, and it didn't work because the chair and the folks on planning did not see that as a conflict. And I just want to make sure this Councilwoman Noble and Councilwoman Douglas are treated the same. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you for coming forward. I would like to verify, is that the Lutheran Church that's on 104th?
Oh,
or
sorry,
is that the
Rocky Mount
school?
Lutheran Church, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Rocky Mount Lutheran Church.
It's the
Yeah,
church and
it's
not
a
the
church.
school?
Not the, well, the school, but it's a church
Oh, it's a church
that
and the
is
school.
asking for a request,
Thank
yeah.
you for verifying.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on the agenda are proclamations. We have a proclamation for Women's History Month. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Yes, sir. Whereas Women's History Month celebrates the indelible impact made by women and girls on the nation's, the state of Colorado's, and Commerce City's history, and whereas in 1848, the Women's Rights Convention was held in Seneca Falls, New York, wherein the attendees issued the Seneca Falls Declaration of Sentiments declaring that all men and women are created equal, and whereas in 1893, the state of Colorado became the first in the nation to pass by vote of the people an amendment to the state constitution giving women the right to vote, and whereas in 1920, the Anthony Amendment was ratified as the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, guaranteeing the right to vote shall not be abridged on the basis of sex, and whereas in 1995, President Bill Clinton declared by presidential proclamation the month of March as National Women's History Month to honor the contributions women have made to American history, and whereas during this time, the nation should reflect on the contributions made by women of color, and by LGBTQ+ women throughout American history in the fields of science, public service, civil rights, and others that often go overlooked and undervalued. And now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaims March as Women's History Month and encourages all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Before we move on, I need to verify that Justin Scholwitz is here to speak on Reunion 38. What's that? Okay, but you're here to speak on Reunion 38? Okay, thank you. I want to make sure you weren't missed in citizen communication. Next up, we have noticed council business. There are two sponsorship requests that have come in. The first is Camo to College Golf Tournament. This is a golf tournament that is going to be held at Buffalo Run, I believe Memorial Day weekend. The organization is established in order to provide a pathway for veterans to go to college in an attempt to dissuade the unsettling trend of 22 veterans a day killing themselves. So I'm looking to have the city as a technology sponsor for this event. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the city to sponsor the Camo to College Golf Tournament. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you. I am in support, and I would like to ask staff to explain the process for a sponsorship request, please, and how much you can ask for, what the budget is.
Sponsorships basically come as a request from council members to council. Mr. Mayor, how did you go about it? I'm not even the one that's involved in the process, so.
All right, so this one, the organizer of the tournament discussed with me the purpose of the organization, and I felt that it was a worthwhile cause to support. So I contacted Annette Peters in the city manager's office and asked her to put together a sponsorship request form for me, which is included in your packet. March 7th was the next regularly scheduled council meeting for this to come up. We had approximately $38,000 in the budget for 2022 for sponsorship requests, and I believe we had approximately $21,000 left over after all the ones that we typically sponsor throughout the year. So this will come out of that budget that comes annually that we approve.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship request. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for the support of that. The next sponsorship request was another request that came in to me for an organization called Food for Hope. They provide meals to Commerce City residents and food similar to a food bank, and they're having an annual gala, and they requested that we sponsor a table as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship request for the Food for Hope Annual Gala in 2022. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sponsorship and continued commitment to our community. Next up, we have presentations. This evening, we have the Environmental Planning Policy and Oil and Gas Monthly Update. Would like to invite Anita Riley, City Planner, to introduce Rosemary Russo, Environmental Planner, and to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Anita Riley, and for the past 4 months, I've had the privilege of presenting the environmental and oil and gas update to you. And I hope that I have presented the information with the care that it deserves, and that I am passing this program on in good condition, because we have recently hired a person for the environmental planner position. She comes to us from the city of Fort Collins by way of the city of Moab, and she has extensive experience in sustainability, environmental justice, law, and education. And so allow me to introduce to you Dr. Rosemary Russo.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll try it again. I just wanted to say it was nice to see everyone in person. I did watch a few sessions before I got hired, but this is much more friendly. And I'm very excited to be here. So I'm going to start with the environmental policy update. There's 4 main areas that I'm going to touch on, some in depth and some just sort of preliminary information, and then we'll come back to them in April. But the first one, the air quality monitoring grant application, that is sort of front and center at the moment because we are applying for a EPA grant, enhanced air monitoring for communities, and it's due March 25th. And so because it's a federal grant, it's going to be very competitive. And so we've been spending time, myself and staff and 2 very good consultants, Lotus and Pinion, and we're looking at really where the air monitors are now and trying to identify gaps of where we can place new monitors. We are also trying to make sure we're not duplicating any efforts. The next area is the Municipal Sustainability Report, and so this was a 21-page memo, and it was looking at how the municipal government can be more sustainable, and then the community at large. And so I have slides about that that'll go into more detail. The next one is our Environmental Policy Advisory Committee, EPAC. We had an open house last week. It was very successful, and we got really positive feedback from it. We were basically discussing issues that the different members have. A lot of it focused on the health impacts of living in Commerce City. And then I introduced some other sustainability plans and some goals and projects that we could work on in the future. We are short 2 EPAC members, so we're also working on filling those positions. And then last, I'll touch briefly on legislative updates. So about the grant that we're going for. So The grant is going to be centered and sort of mirrored off Montrose dashboard. I think all of you have seen it. There's a few things I want to point out about it that I think would be great in terms of communications. As you know, there's different kind of monitors, and a lot of the data that gets shown is hard to decipher. And so the goal of the grant is actually to make it understandable and accessible to everyone in the community. So the way that the Montrose program works is they're looking at the criterion pollutants, the big six, and so those are on the left. And then they also are looking at, they have a mobile monitor, and they are looking at the HAPs, the hazardous air pollutants. I'll try to keep my acronyms as small as I can, but so that's really what the grant's gonna follow that. We're gonna look at CAPs, and then we're gonna look at HAPs, and they also cover all the benzene compounds. So if you haven't been to the dashboard for the people viewing, it's easily accessible, and it shows you where all the monitors are. And as I said, there's one that's a mobile monitor that can go to different neighborhoods. And the reason I like this format is it shows you air quality index, which is really important. If you have people within your wards that are sensitive populations, this will give you a good sort of overview of what the air quality is like at any given time. And then this one also, in addition to like the criteria pollutants, it also goes over the difference here on the right about the permit requirements and then guidelines. And so a lot of times people think they're one and the same, but the first one, like I said, is just a guideline, and the second one is what you would see on people's air permits. So this is typically what data you could get, the concentrations of it. But what I liked about the dashboard, and what I hope we can do if we're successful in the grant, is to use a similar format, because by having the time and the date, you can go backtrack if there's ever an issue and see that data in real time. And so again, so our grant, we're gonna again look at just gaps in locations. We're gonna look at the targeted criteria pollutants. We're also gonna look at precursors. So precursors are, they're not regulated, but those are the ones that end up forming ozone. So if you know about NOx and VOCs, what happens in the presence of sunlight is that's what forms ozone. And a lot of people are confused about ozone. So the quick answer to ozone is atmospheric ozone is very good. It protects us from UVs. Ground level ozone is smog. That's what causes health impacts. And so whenever you could look at the precursors, VOCs and NOx and SOx, then you will have less ozone. And so we're going to work on those areas where it will also be the monitors that we've decided to put into the grant are mobile monitors, so we could move them around if we need to. They are real-time data, so they'll go up into a dashboard, and they also are capable of displaying air quality. And then the last part of the grant, and the most exciting one for me, and I think for the community, will be different policies about emission mitigation. And so when I was talking about precursors, a lot of different campaigns have been successful around the state that we could try in Commerce City. So some of the campaigns are like anti-idling campaigns, mow when the sun is low, fuel when the sun is low. So these are times of the day that if we can get behavior change and people not doing those two activities, that will reduce the ozone. And so all these things contribute to air pollution. And so, you know, if you look at it piece by piece, collectively, we can make a big difference. And then the last part of a mitigation policy that we could look at is EVs and alternative fuels. So that's a nice segment, but also, if you don't know the city, these two gentlemen submitted our first EV grant for EV infrastructure, so that was a great first step. And so switching now a little to our municipal sustainability. So the municipal sustainability report was, there was a few tasks within it, and one was really to look at city operations. And so our consultants conducted surveys, they did informal meetings, they had focus groups, and they really worked with staff from different departments to come up with a vision statement for the city, and then also to come up with sort of top recommendations based on staff survey. So that, and we're going to go into this in a future session in more detail, or maybe a work session, but the results were that we really need to look at a phased implementation to organizational sustainability, to really concentrate on education, waste diversion, and energy efficiency. It has been my experience that education and energy efficiency are the strategies that have the best return on investment. Those are ones you always want to do first. And so that's something we'll talk about in more detail, but you know, when people always shoot for, oh, let's do renewable energy, and that's sort of down the line. The other two big areas was building internal capacity within the organization, and then forming either or both an innovation and sustainability team. So the second and third task for this project was the consultants got data from 8 different entities, and they looked for cities or companies that were innovative, that had similar demographics to Commerce City. These were picked before I started at Commerce City, but I was very excited because I wrote the Fort Collins one and contributed to the New Belgium one, and so it's really nice to think that they're being viewed by other people as a benchmarking excellence. And so along with that task 2 and 3, their key findings were we really need to do a little more data collection, start setting goals, rank our strategies, have a dedicated full-time person to look into sustainability. Again, include employee education and incentives, and then establish clear data-driven metrics by sector. So, you know, under the sectors, it's like renewable energy, energy efficiency, water conservation, alternative fuels, waste diversion, recycling, green building, biodiversity. And so those were all the areas that we'll address through the plan or the roadmap. Switching gears a little bit, the other areas that I've been working on are legislative updates. And so there was 2 bills that I've really concentrated on right now. The first one was the House bill, because it addresses air pollution that is disproportionately affecting certain populations. And I'm just using that language to strengthen our air pollution grant. And then the second one hasn't got a lot of publicity as far as I know. I just got back from 3 years in Utah, so I hadn't seen it. And this one, though, has implications, positive implications for Commerce City. It's a methane recovery and credit bill. And basically what that means in plain English is if methane is coming from the landfill, they could try to recover it, and a lot of times that's not economically feasible, but what the state is saying is these entities could get credit. And so that might enhance more people to try to capture methane rather than flaring it. And so when you flare methane, it causes air pollution. So if you capture it, and I have been involved in a few pilots. Some were more successful than others, but like landfill capturing, it's very difficult out in the West because it's dry. And we tried it for a few years up in Fort Collins, and I know it was hard to get the gas clean enough to use it as a fuel. But technology changes every year, and so I think that it has potential to bring in revenue and help the air. Okay, now I'm going from environmental to oil and gas update. I'm not going to go through each of these exceedances, but I just have a few comments about the format, changes in the format that I think might be more useful. And so with these plans, what I think I'll try with your feedback is really just concentrating on what the exceedance is and what the permit limit is, and just reiterating that exceedances are allowed. So certain things are allowed to, certain chemicals can have an exceedance, and it's not necessarily illegal. Because certain chemicals, you're allowed an exceedance, once a year, or depending on how things are regulated. And I know it's very complicated. It's 8 hours and 24 hours, and it's really hard to get your head around. But just to try to put that in perspective. And then also, I think in some of these exceedance reports that it's not obvious to everyone that there's two different metrics that we look at, and one is guidelines, and then one are the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And so one's a permit standard and one's a guideline. And so I get calls about it, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. This is acute exposure levels. That's different, and that's not used by the regulators as much as it's used for emergency actions, and if there's a major spill. And so those are regulated in a different way. They're regulated in really short exposures, and so people sometimes use those interchangeably, and so I just wanted to point that out and say when we work on the grant, we're going to separate that out, so it's, I hope, more understandable. And so this is a format that I thought might be a little more helpful too in terms of when we look at exceedances. So there's always, refinery impacts, but, maybe separating out refinery impacts from community health would make it more understandable if someone is concerned about their health of what this really means when we have these reports. And then switching to, other than Suncor, the city oil and gas permit applications, there's not a lot of new data. There's still 5 applications that the city is reviewing. The last 2, Owl and Falcon, might be withdrawn, and then we'll place them on a inactive status. And so those, again, I'm sure you have seen this slide before, but that's Falcon and the Owl sites. And then there's really no news either about the Form 2As and the spacing application. So spacing, again, doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to put a well in. It just means that they're looking what is around their area. And so, I mean, it's something that we should be tracking. But again, there's nothing within city limits at this point that's new. And so that is the update. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate that, and welcome to the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Brusso. Very happy to have you here. I do have some questions. Is the plan to coordinate the air monitoring with Montrose?
No, not coordinate with them. Use that format. We will, like, I'm not sure the coordinate verb. So I am looking at Cultivando's permits, not the permits, the monitors. We're looking at the monitors that are at the Suncor facility. We're looking at the ones that CDPHE have. Because we're looking at the Montrose ones too. So that's all on a spreadsheet. We have identified 20 areas where we think that air monitors should go. So if you have feedback about that, I'm happy to share the ones that are in the grant so far.
And, because you're relatively new here, I just wanted to put it out there that the optics of using air quality monitors that Suncor is using probably wouldn't be satisfactory to the concerned residents of South Commerce City. So I don't think I would put that at a high priority. I attended the presentation at Suncor facility, as did many of the other council members here, and I actually had issues with their ongoing real-time air monitoring system, and I think you showed a couple of slides from that. One of them was where the monitors are located, and then the other one was their format, and their format doesn't show whether there's a problem. It just shows a number, so no one knows whether it's okay to have 5 parts per million of benzene or a VOC or whatever the case is. So that technically didn't work for me. So I'd like to move to other locations and suggest that we also include North Commerce City near the landfill. And
okay.
Also Basin F, which would be on 96th, sort of Potomac and 96th. That's where the toxic chemicals are buried on the arsenal, near there. So it would be good to see if anything's coming out of there, and also just to have a baseline for that area because of proposed oil and gas wells in that area.
Okay, yeah, we looked, that's something we superimposed on it too. So where the 5 permits, a lot of that areas were near schools too, so we can get the information out that way. And yeah, I appreciate your comment of not understanding if you just see a number. That's what I was trying to get at, is what we're gonna try to do is have the number, if it's a cap, have the number, have what's on the permit, and then also have the guidelines. And so people could, if you see a number that says, 5, micrograms per cubic meter, I don't think most people know what that, and I don't mean to be condescending, but I've been in the field 20 years and it's hard to decipher. And so, yeah, it's gonna have something near it that says, okay, this is the limit and this is, whether it's exceedance or just whether it's a cumulative level that's high enough that people should be concerned and we should, have a backup plan. That's what it will have.
When I originally made the motion for the exceedances report, it was pretty straightforward, just to know how much of an issue that it was for folks in South Commerce City who were impacted by it. So the fact that it happens on a daily basis, or 20 times a month, or 10 times a month, or 3 times a month is also important, not that we're making a judgment on it. If Suncor believes it's an exceedance that they must report to the CDPHE, then it's something our residents ought to know.
Okay. And I'm sorry to say that I don't know Commerce City well enough to say whether they're near Basin F. There was one near the landfill. But they're preliminary too, and so we are looking at the bird boxes or fence type of sensors and monitors, and so even if we put in the grant that they're at certain locations, we can certainly move them around if there's an incident or if there's a community member that's concerned.
And I did notice the acute health concern on February 25th was sulfur. And I did have residents report to me that there was a terrible smell in that area, and people felt faint when they came into it, had headaches and so forth. So that one went pretty far. So we want to be sure we focus on that. And also, yesterday was the 2-year anniversary of the CDPHE $9 million settlement with Suncor. And I'll talk about the oil and gas segment of this next month. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Dead mic. So, to Ms. Russo's credit, great work with submitting a grant as it related to the air quality monitoring. As she stated, it is competitive, so there's a chance that we may not be successful in that. So we do plan on bringing forward a much more detailed conversation around the air quality monitoring plan within the coming months, because if we are not successful, the council may want to take that into consideration as part of the 2023 budgeting process.
Thank you, sir.
And just one other response to Councilman Noble. With that sulfur dioxide, you know, Jason was concerned and sent me a memo. I think when I came in, I did check 8 of the community monitors, and they were all, you know, below levels. And so, you know, you know, now that I'm here, I mean, if people have concerns, they can certainly call me directly. So if your constituents call you and, you know, there's a smell or there's odor, there's something concerning to them, I can probably find it quicker. And, you know, and it's not as frustrating when, you know, you're worried about your family or yourself. And then if you're sitting in the office and you know right where the databases are.
It would be great to set up a system for that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for the offer.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for tonight's presentation. I was going to bring up the exceedance also on February 25th that you guys were talking about. I was just curious also, since it was acute, like I said, as mentioned before previously, were any of the residents around the surrounding areas notified of that date, on that date, since it was an acute episode?
I believe Suncor, Lisa here, I believe Suncor put that information out on the on their website and the CCND website.
I would like to get that confirmed and, like I said, get that implemented as well, but something needs to be done if the residents are being notified, what are they supposed to do? Or, you know, if they start calling me, who am I supposed to refer them to? And then some type of guidelines letting the residents know, okay, how long is this effect, et cetera, you know, who can they contact? So some type of resource is available besides just another episode occurred and it's acute. So if you can look into that too, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I don't know if you've gone on lately, but I have updated our environmental and sustainability page for Commerce City. And so I will put that information up there. I think the easiest thing probably is to first go to the CCND website. But today I worked on some frequently asked questions, so to try to decipher, you know, that kind of, you know, milligrams per cubic.
Okay, and if you could also work with city staff possibly to get that even in our connection newspaper and maybe even on television, because there is a lot of residents too that don't have access and that don't use the internet also. So some kind of other ways to get the word out.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I would really like to welcome you, Dr. Russo. It's so great to see you in person, and it was really nice meeting you one day that I was here meeting with some of the other staff members. So welcome. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Anita Riley for stepping in and doing such a good job. Great job, actually, for 4 months. I know that was a monumental task to take on, and so I want to make sure that you are recognized as doing a great job in filling that role. I would like to know how this monitoring is going to help us recognize the health impacts that our citizens are facing, and how we can utilize that to recognize the fact that there are health impacts, and how we can go about doing something about that.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So we were doing air monitoring near 2 of the schools up in Fort Collins, and we had several monitors, but this was a benzene, and it had a VOC monitor at that school too, and they were high, and they weren't above, health advisory levels, and so it wasn't an immediate concern, but it certainly was a concern, and so that's where we did an anti-idling campaign, and so people. I did it as a mother myself. You drop off your children, and there's a very long line, and so you're, car on, or if you're near a railroad track. So those are like little incremental things you can do to bring the levels down. Things like particulate matter. So, anything that's all this compacted soil around the community, that's something you could just address with revegetation. In certain areas, ozone gets worse when it's hotter, so you start to look at these, they're called heat islands, and so certain areas within your community are sometimes hotter than other areas, and so you try to address that with, a tree canopy campaign, or just making sure people understand that there's certain types of trees to plant in certain directions, and so there's certain deciduous you plant in one place and other ones for shade, and so these are all like little things after you start to monitor to say, okay, this is where we need to focus, or maybe go back and on that dashboard, the other I might not have mentioned it, but on the dashboard it would have one of the criteria air pollutants, and then it had like some icons that said what are the sources. So if you, say we have, SOx or NOx that are higher than we want them, and the sources, so it might not just, we could say, okay, so what industrial facilities are there? Is there an electric company in that area, or what, is there a chemical storage facility? And then you might look at their permit. Or you might go, one very successful program we tried in both cities, Fort Collins and Moab, was a business program where we went and helped businesses to, reduce air pollution and water conservation. And so that's another way to engage the community at large and help them save money. So I think some people think it's the environment or the economy, and so our program, Climate-Wise in Fort Collins, we had 300 businesses join. Collectively, they saved $93 million and 13 million metric tons of carbon. So it's like, how can a business be more successful, and a program like that helps them.
Well, I look forward to working with you in the future then, so thank you so much.
Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you for the presentation and welcome to the city. I do just have one quick question, and it's not necessarily about the report, but I am interested in the legislative update. When you're talking about Senate Bill 21264, I always wonder what that word credit means. Is that a tax credit? Is that, I just think there's so many different meanings to that. It's an interesting one.
So the credit is certain utilities have to they have to have
With the management output.
either like renewal a percentage of renewable energy, and so they could if they could put up a solar panel, they could put up a wind turbine, or they can get a REC. So it's a renewable energy credit. And it's basically, if they don't want to do those first two options, then they get a credit from another entity. So say the landfill here in Commerce City was successful in capturing the methane, that amount of pollution that's avoided is the credit. So a company can, rather than paying for a solar panel, they can pay for that credit. And the advantage here within Commerce City is, the landfill will be, generating revenue, but it also reduces the pollution. And so it's really in an early stage, like they're just developing the protocol for how you, and it's not just flaring, it's like leaking pipes, any pipes that have methane leaking from them, they can get a credit for that. And so I volunteered to be on that task force. They're having a technical task force to make sure people actually, are capturing it and sealing it and making sure first trading.
All right, thank you for that explanation.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. Welcome. I'm curious if we have any plans as a city organization to do an inventory of our carbon footprint and what we might do, not within the city, but as the organization of the city to offset some of that footprint.
Well, the greenhouse gas inventory was a community-wide one. I think it would be a great idea to do one for the municipality by example. But I think as we, the plan is to meet with the other department heads and share the information that we got from the consultants, and then we're gonna bring it to city leadership and then to council. And so I agree with you. I think it's you really need a baseline to build off of, so you can have, targets, reduction targets. And
absolutely, thank you.
Thank you again, ma'am. Appreciate your time tonight. Welcome to the city. Look forward to future presentations with you. Next up, we'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 2 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Hurst?
Motion to approve the consent agenda by council as seated.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the February 7th, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the February 14th, 2022 special meeting. Your vote is open on your panels.
All right, consent agenda passed unanimously. We'll now move on to the next agenda item, which are public hearings. First up is Resolution 2022-03 for the Avila Settlers Crossing Subdivision. Tonight's first public hearing will be on the Avila Settlers Crossing Subdivision. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You are also to rely on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will open the public hearing. We'll invite Harry Brennan, City Planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Council. I'm Harry Brennan, City Planner with the city. The case before you tonight is, or the first one before you tonight is Subdivision Case S-78921, Avila Settlers Crossing Subdivision Plat, and the applicant in this case is Next Metro Communities. Staff enters into the public record the contents of the case file, the subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the city of Commerce City, and all required notification and posting requirements have been met. This particular property is located at the southeast corner of East 100th Avenue and Tower Road. And as mentioned, this is a request for approval of a subdivision plat. Currently, the property is zoned PUD in the Settlers Crossing PUD and is noted as mixed use area in the future land use plan. And as you're aware, just a little context, the comprehensive plan does provide us some guiding policy for future land use decisions in terms of new PUDs or zone changes, things of that nature. Once in place, those regulations are the zoning, and in this case, the Settlers Crossing PUD is the relevant zoning document. So that is what governs land use and development in this area in addition to the LDC. And so this subdivision plat just establishes lot lines and creates new easements that are necessary for utilities and infrastructure. It does not change or impact the zoning in any way or change the allowed uses or density or anything like that. The property is in the northern range, generally in the eastern part of the northern range, right off of Tower Road. It's within the greater Settlers Crossing neighborhood, of which there are 3 previously approved filings, filing 3 just recently. Filing 5 is currently under review. The yellow is the Avila Settlers Crossing area here. And then in the future, there is an area of the PUD that is noted for commercial mixed use. There are no active applications at this time for that area. Staff does anticipate those in the future. And as I mentioned, the future land use plan does identify this area as mixed use. The applicant's request formally, Next Metro Communities is requesting approval of the Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision plat to create one 12.93 acre lot for future residential development. Staff also note that there is a concurrent PUD permit application that is currently under review by staff at this time. By default, subdivisions typically are also reviewed on an administrative track until time comes for public notice and council communication. And as you may remember, this case came before you in November and you all decided to call it up, which is why it's before you this evening, and it did go to Planning Commission last month. This property originally was annexed into Commerce City in 2010, and at that time, the Settlers Crossing PUD was also approved by the city. This is an excerpt of that PUD, and you can see the Avila project lines up pretty closely with the planning area A in this PUD. And A was called out for a mix of uses which could include commercial, office, multifamily residential, single-family attached residential. So all of those are possibilities, but no particular mix of those is required. In the proposed subdivision plat, you will see the newly proposed lot lines. In addition, the new easements that are being proposed with this plat. In particular, the access easement that is proposed sort of throughout the lot reflects the underlying internal circulation pattern that is proposed with this project. And a bit of a summary of the proposal, it is one lot. Access is planned from 2 locations along Argonne Street. The private open space requirement is satisfied. I'll get into that a little bit more in a few slides. There is adequate perimeter right-of-way, as this has already been provided or dedicated in previous filings. And as I mentioned, there are new utility and access easements proposed with this plat. And in review of this plat, staff evaluated the application against the Settlers Crossing PUD, the LDC, and the policies within the comprehensive plan. The plat, as part of our review process, is referred out to a variety of internal and external organizations, agencies, and departments. This is a bit of a summary table, and I'll get into each of these a bit more in detail, but these are some of the key issues that we look at. In terms of private parks, as I mentioned, this application does satisfy that requirement, and it's actually satisfied from a previous filing which set aside this green area here as a private park. But in addition, the Avila Settlers Crossing will provide additional private amenities. They are not included, or they're not visible on the plat because they're not associated with separate tracts. They're just planned within the overall lot. But those include a dog run, a pool, a central green area. And in terms of public park, this plat doesn't dedicate any separate land for that, but it does satisfy the city's requirements with a fee in lieu. In terms of impacts to the road network, the Public Works Department and other external agencies did review this plat and the traffic study, and there are no outstanding concerns related to the transportation impact. I will note that there is no direct access from Tower Road, just from these two spots on Argonne Street. There are also planned improvements to the East 100th Avenue and Tower Road intersection. This application was also reviewed through our referral process by the 27J School District, and they, I'll back up a little bit. School sites are planned collaboratively with 27J, and they are noted on the future land use plan. There are no school sites identified for this particular area, so for that reason, this filing will satisfy our school fee requirement with the fee in lieu instead. And based on feedback from 27J, there were no outstanding concerns related to school capacity related to this particular subdivision. I will note to date, the developer has not participated in the voluntary 27J fee foundation. This, of course, is a voluntary fee foundation. The city does not collect these fees, and further does not withhold permits if the developer does not pay into this foundation. And the LDC provides 9 specific criteria on which we are to evaluate a plat application, so I'll try to run through these a bit quicker. Criteria A, the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning, concept plan, or PUD zone document. Staff did find that this application is consistent with the PUD zone document. As I mentioned previously, it is in line with the intent. The overall multifamily is one of the allowed uses within the zone document for this particular area. So staff do find that the application meets this criterion. Criteria B, the subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zone district in which it is located. Again, the PUD zone document does allow for a mix of uses, but does not require it. And so staff also find that the application meets this criterion. Criteria C, there is no evidence to suggest that the subdivision violates any laws or regulations. Staff did find that was the case. Criteria D, the general layout of lots, roadways, driveways, utilities, etc., accomplishes the purposes and intent of the LDC. Staff did find that is the case here as well. The overall layout is orderly. As mentioned, it is just one single lot, but it matches up with the underlying zone planning area within the zone document quite well. So staff also find that the application meets this criterion. Criteria E, the subdivision applies or complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or patterns of lots that make compliance in the future difficult. Staff did find that this is the case. As a single lot, it promotes flexibility and facilitates future development. Criteria F, either the subdivision will not result in substantial adverse impacts or those impacts will be mitigated. Staff found that that first part was true, and this is supported through our referral process from comments we received from all of our referral agencies, the Fire District, 27J as mentioned, and others. Criteria G, adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility, facilities, and services, et cetera. All referral agencies that reviewed this proposal did or have no outstanding concerns related to this, so staff also find that this criterion is met. As of the Planning Commission hearing, the city has received a signed copy of the development agreement, so staff also find that this criterion is met. And finally, there is no phasing plan associated with this plat, so this criterion is not applicable. And a little recap, Planning Commission did consider this case on February 10th. Commissioners brought up some concerns regarding fire access and pedestrian safety. Commission indicated that these concerns were related to criteria G. And so while staff had made the official recommendation of approval through the DRT, Planning Commission did vote 3-2 to recommend denial of this particular case. And finally, public notice was met for this hearing, and as of earlier this afternoon, no comments had been received during this posting period. And with that, I know the applicant is also here with a presentation. We want to move into the applicant presentation, or if you want to do questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Appreciate your presentation and you being here this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Hurst.
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. So, Planning Commission brought up fire access. Part of the process is to bring this to the fire department and address fire access. Can you give us the feedback from the fire department?
Sure. Yes, this project was referred out to the fire district, and they responded on each of the referrals we had. As of the most recent referral request and the letter we received back, there were no outstanding comments or concerns from the fire district regarding access. I don't know the particulars of the access requirements from the fire district's point of view, but there were no outstanding concerns from them.
Thank you. And my follow-up to that, there was obvious concerns about pedestrian safety as well. Tower Road's continuing to get busier. There are setback sidewalks, but what's staff's perception and what steps were taken to increase pedestrian safety, or what's being considered?
Well, I think in particular, one related improvement is the signalization at East 100th and Tower Road, which will result in a traffic signal and an additional crosswalk. Otherwise, I know our city engineer is here as well to talk about road improvements and things like that. So I don't know if there's anything to add.
Thank you, City Council. So the only thing I would add is we will have a signal at 100th and Tower, so that would provide an opportunity. The other thought is 27J would be busing students across Tower. Really the only way to cross Tower would be at the city.
All right, follow up to that, with that being said, and that's where I was leading. I think as 104th, Tower Road continues to grow in traffic counts and we continue to expand residential east of Tower Road, we have to start thinking about opportunities to go under or over for pedestrian traffic, like always. And so we need to start building those into these requirements or plans to connect across a main corridor and or under a main corridor. Depending on the population size east of Tower Road, I think, pretty quickly we will get to a level of density that requires additional passageways across that type of arterial road and major arterial road in the future.
The follow-up to Councilmember Hurst's question, who's paying for that intersection at 100th and Tower?
Developer was required to contribute money towards the signalization of that intersection. It was actually done with the previous filings. I also have Chris Odell here with me. He's our development manager for engineering. He may have some background. I know that they're contributing money for the signal.
How much was contributed versus what is the projected cost?
They contributed order for that signal, I believe. So the average signal cost is $450,000.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. This is on the PUD. It's listed as mixed use. I think you referred to it as mixed use, but this is Avila, so is it multifamily?
That's correct. Yeah, and
which?
Sorry,
Sorry.
It is multifamily. And you're correct also that the PUD does call this area out for mixed use, but there isn't any language or further standards about what type of mix that looks like. Multifamily is one of the allowed uses, but the PUD doesn't specify a particular mix of residential versus commercial, things like that. It just sort of lays out a list of available uses that are allowed there.
Is anyone from 27J here this evening?
I don't believe so, no.
You have a report from 27J?
I have comment letters, yes, from 27J that discuss this project in particular and provide the calculated fee in lieu based on the anticipated student generation, I guess, from this particular development.
Actually, I'm more concerned about information from 27J regarding student population at these schools you're suggesting for this area.
I do have letters from 27J that specifically use their formulas to estimate the potential future population of students coming from Settlers Crossing as a whole and also this particular filing. I can pull that up.
I would appreciate seeing that. Regarding multifamily, the minimum open space on our LDC is 15% of gross lot area. Is that correct?
I believe the private open space requirement is 3% of overall lot area. The public park requirement is 15% or a fee in lieu that is calculated by a specific formula.
All right, I'm looking at section 21-4310, multifamily residential district. So since all of Settlers Crossing isn't multifamily, it's single family, my question would be if this parcel would be required to have 15% open space.
Well, first, the application so far has been evaluated as a multifamily project. We have recently had some discussions about how it's classified between single family versus multifamily. which is an issue that we're working through in the PUD permit application. In terms of the actual percentage of open space, the specifics of your question, the 3% private open space metric is what we've used for the private open space portion, and then the public park dedication is either 15% or a fee in lieu. In this particular case, they're paying a fee in lieu instead of a dedication of land.
In that kind of density, it would be interesting to be able to have more open space within the project itself, perhaps. Would you agree?
They are providing some open spaces within the development itself, within that lot. They don't show up on the plat because they're not dedicated in separate tracts. They're just sort of program open space within the lot. But there are a number of private amenities they're providing within the project itself.
And how close is this property to Tower Road?
It is... I believe it's greater than 100 feet from the edge of Tower Road. The applicant is also here, so they might be able to answer that question more specifically.
At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to make their presentation.
Members of the council, thank you all this evening. Harry, great presentation. I'm honored tonight to be in front of you and discuss an iteration in suburban housing that addresses a growing need to accommodate the missing middle. And what you see before you in design, granted the plat defines boundary, access, and easements. What you see before you in thought and design represents 2.5 years of conversation with the master plan developer of the entire Settlers Crossing master plan community as a horizontal mixed-use community. And from our pre-app, which was March 10th of 2020, this represents 2 years of iterative effort in refining a plan to fit the long-term goals of the Commerce City community, the PUD, and the Land Development Code to meet or exceed these standards. So thank you for your time this evening.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to exercise Council Policy CP 22F, which calls for oath of witnesses.
The council policies allow the witnesses to be, upon request of any council member, the witness to be sworn in by the city attorney. So, given that request, I will do so. And I'm sorry, what was your name again?
My name's Tyler Ellick, and I represent Next Metro Communities, the applicant.
Right. Tyler, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Sorry for jumping to it. Very excited about this evening and appreciate that. Also, you have with me Ty and Charlie. Ty represents Norris Design based in Denver over 50 years. He's part of the design team. Should we swear everyone in now, or how would you like to handle that?
Let's just see how this goes, and probably one at a time, depending on as people address the council if a request is made.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our civil engineers, HKS, also based in Denver. Charlie's here with Brownstein. And we've got a local team that's developed over 500 of these units over 3 communities with 4 more planned. If you could go back a slide, please. Harry, are you controlling this?
Yeah.
Thank you. So what you have in front of you is a single lot multifamily community. There's some nuance to this community itself, given the single story, what you could consider a deconstructed nature of multifamily. What's typically been developed in the suburban realm as far as a for-lease product type is generally the 3-story, 4-story form, which represents 300 to 400% the density here. And we are currently roughly 10 dwelling units per acre, which fits within the 8 to 24 dwelling units per acre as outlined in the PUD for use area A. This community itself, as you can see with the photos in front of you, represents detached single-story units, all with private backyards. So although that open space doesn't necessarily count toward a calculation formally, it provides immense access to daylight on all 4 sides of the dwellings, as well as the single-story height preserves views and provides accommodation for, watershed. You can see xeriscaping and natural plantings around the structures themselves, as well as centralized community amenities. Some of the photos here are of Avila Buffalo Run, which was our first project within Commerce City 5 years ago. That was the first in Colorado, and we're here to say that we're continuing to learn and grow. This is currently fully occupied from a residential standpoint and has been extremely successful in providing access to a home with 4 sides, with neighborhood, with neighbors, but with the flexibility of a lease. So who lives in these communities? It's the same members that live in all the adjacent communities. So you can see the diversity of the occupation summary here. Aerospace being a key component, being given the proximity to DIA, construction, education. It's really fully across the board. Our demographics can be roughly split into thirds as far as young professionals, mid-age in transition, and aging in place. And a lot of residents find us for the maintenance-free nature, where you can have a full-time leasing manager doing your landscaping, sell your lawnmower, changing your light bulbs. And so there's a huge value proposition in having the flexibility of a lease, whether you're building a home in the area, newly moved there. It serves a variety of people, and we found it to meet a growing need in the market, especially as we all face ever-increasing home prices across Colorado. Now to introduce Ty in regards to the design as the design expert.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ty Robbins with Norris Design. We're the planning and landscape architecture consultant for Next Measure Communities. And do I need to be sworn in? I'll continue.
Is that an affirmative request?
Yes, please ask them.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to offer some additional background and some further context related to this property, the existing zoning, the final plat, and kind of the overall review process. So this property, as Harry explained, is part of the Settlers Crossing Planned Unit Development. This is the zoning document that establishes framework for future development on this property. You'll see several planning areas or parcels as they're noted on this graphic in the center of the screen here. And these kind of lay out broad land use categories. And the overall Settlers Crossing PUD is approximately 163 acres. And this property is parcel A, outlined in green there, and comprises approximately 13 acres as part of this overall PUD. So parcel A permits a variety of land uses. That includes residential uses at densities ranging from 8 up to 24 dwelling units per acre. This proposed community is just over 10 dwelling units per acre and does meet or exceed all of the applicable standards and requirements as set forth in this zoning document. Furthermore, the existing zoning and this proposed development and the final plat are fully in conformance with the comprehensive plan, future land use map that's shown on the left of the screen. And again, the comp plan shows this property within a mixed-use corridor and commercial land use designation. If you go to the next slide, please, thank you. We've been working with Commerce City on this process for 2 years now. As Tyler mentioned, our pre-app meeting occurred in March of 2020, with our first formal submittal of this final plat accepted by the city on November 3rd of 2020. And we have followed the city's procedures and adhered to the established development review process throughout the development review process. So the plat went through officially 4 formal review cycles. That included review by internal city staff across multiple departments, as well as by various external agencies. So the plat did go through a very thorough and detailed technical review to ensure the plat meets all city codes, regulations, and requirements in all areas. Concurrently with this plat document, city staff has reviewed the PUD development permit as well as the civil construction drawings. Those went through a similar review process with multiple review cycles, again in fine detail to verify compliance with the city's codes in all areas. We received final staff approval on the final plat in November of 2021, and then of course City Council voted to call up this item for public hearing, which brings us before you this evening. So hopefully that just helps for some additional context and kind of where we are and how the final plat fits within the overall development review process. So next on the screen, again, these are the approval criteria for approval of a final subdivision plat. And as staff explained, the plat is fully in compliance with each of these items. And for some additional detail on each of these items, I'll turn it over to Charlie Smith. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Charlie Smith.
Yes, please.
I will.
Mr. Smith, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Took a similar oath, I think, about 10 years ago. I promise I'll. So Charlie Smith, I'm an attorney at Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck. I represent the applicant and appreciate your time tonight. As council knows, the Land Development Code provides the criteria for approval of a final plat. They're up here before you. These are the only criteria that can be considered when approving or reviewing a final plat. And this is just to ensure that everyone plays by the same rules. There's a level playing field, and you have a fair chance at approval of your final plat. While a final plat is normally reviewed by staff, these criteria continue to apply when the final plat has been called up and is reviewed by council. Therefore, we'd like to just quickly walk through some of these criteria. But one other thing before we get there, and that's, as Ty alluded to, the final plat is one of the last stages of the entitlement process. It's really a technical review that's intended to ensure that the proposed projects comply with the policy decisions of the city, which are usually made by council, and that they've already been made about uses and density and other issues like that. Final plat is evaluated for compliance with the code's technical criteria for setbacks, density, access, open space, and similar matters. That's why this is typically a staff level review. They and the referral agencies possess the technical subject matter expertise to evaluate traffic patterns, impacts on utility capacity, school capacity, and similar issues. Now, this isn't to say that council doesn't have a role in this process. You obviously do, and that's why we're here tonight. And that's principally plays out in 2 ways. First is what we're doing here. You have the right to call up a final plat for further evaluation. But the other way, and maybe the most important impact you can have on the final platting process, is by setting the rules in the code by which final plats are evaluated. And that's what you've done. So your decision tonight should rest on those rules, those same technical criteria that staff evaluates. You've made those decisions about uses and density and other matters, and landowners and developers then rely on those decisions when they look at properties and select them for development or other purposes. The final plat here is intended to implement your policy decisions. And so let's turn quickly to some of these criteria for approval. So here, as we've discussed before, this property is subject to the Sellers Crossing PUD. That's the document that council approved to set the zoning for this property. And the PUD sets the zoning for not just this property, but the broader 160 or so acre Sellers Crossing master development. As the zoning, the PUD specifies what uses are allowed, and it says that mixed uses are allowed on this property. As we've heard a couple times now, mixed uses includes multifamily uses. Well, it says mixed uses, it doesn't require any specific mix of uses or a certain ratio of one use to another. Rather, it allows for a mix of uses on the property. This is what differentiates a mixed-use zoning designation from, say, a residential or just a plain commercial zoning designation where you can only have that one particular type of use. Therefore, the proposed multifamily use on this property is allowed by right under the Sellers Crossing PUD. PUD also provides some basic development standards that overlay and work in harmony with the code, such as for setbacks and things. And all of those standards have been evaluated by staff. They're relatively objective, and staff has concluded that they satisfy those standards. Therefore, the final plat satisfies this criterion for approval. Slide, Harry, thank you. This criterion is rather similar to the first. In this case, because we have the PUD, that serves as the zone district for the property. And because we comply with the PUD, we comply with the requirements of the underlying zone district, and therefore the final plat complies with this criterion for approval as well. This criterion is also relatively straightforward. It asks if the final plat's going to violate any federal, state, local laws. Think of something like maybe a manufacturing facility or a refinery that may have off-site impacts that could implicate federal environmental laws. Clearly, there's no exigent circumstances like that with this multifamily use, and staff has concluded that as well. And so we satisfy this criterion for approval. These two criterion overlap some, so I'll just address them together in the interest of time here. The first is that the general layout of the roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and services is designed in a way to minimize land disturbance, maximize open space, preserve existing trees and riparian areas, and otherwise accomplish the intent of the code. And the second is that this final plat complies with all city standards and doesn't create an unnecessary jumble of lots. So taking these together, first, the property we're talking about here is generally vacant land. It's being used for agricultural purposes and being prepared for development. There's no riparian areas. There's relatively few trees. The land is basically flat. And so development of the project will have a minimal disturbance on the land. It certainly isn't going to impact any riparian areas or cause any environmental concerns. Harry, can you hit the next slide? As you can see here, and this is a sort of a rendering or conceptual layout for the project, the final plat maximizes open space through a combination of different on-site parks and amenities, including a dog park. You can see a linear park through the middle of the project, a pool and clubhouse kind of area with a spa, and different pocket parks around the property. We stole about 6.5 acres. Here, if you can hit the next. And this is the final plat itself that has the, as you can see, it's generally one rectangular lot with tract in the middle for circulation for the road. It's definitely not creating a jigsaw or other creative pattern for the lots. And so the single lot makes compliance relatively easy. And in fact, as we've mentioned, this specific layout has been evaluated for compliance with the standards in the code and PUD for setbacks, lot size, layout. These are all objective determinations, and staff agrees that they satisfy those requirements. Therefore, these two criteria have also been satisfied. Criterion F is that the final plat doesn't have a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic, or essentially infrastructure. Or if it does have one, that it can be mitigated to the maximum extent. So every development is going to have some level of impact on adjacent properties and infrastructure. That's the nature of development. The question is whether this project would have an undue adverse effect or a substantial effect on those things. And here the final plat will not have a substantial or undue adverse impact. It's a medium density multifamily project. This is one of the uses allowed by right under the PUD. The Sellers Crossing PUD also sets forth the uses that are allowed on adjacent parcels. So at the time that that zoning was approved through a public hearing process, all of those uses were evaluated together and determined that uses on this property are going to be compatible with the others and vice versa. In fact, the PUD would allow for a much more dense and more intense use on this property. For example, there's only 132 units in this final plat, in this project that will be built. The PUD would allow up to 310 units, so more than twice as much. But that's not what Next Metro is pursuing. Further, the PUD would allow for more intense commercial and office uses, which would generate far more traffic, as confirmed in the traffic letter from Felsberg, the city's outside traffic engineering firm, and would also require quite a lot of buffering between them and the adjacent single-family uses for things like noise and lighting. So in sum, the final plat proposes a use that is allowed by right as determined by the city. It's a use that will have a much smaller impact on adjacent properties and infrastructure than other uses that would also be allowed by right. And finally, staff has referred all of this information, but the final plat, out to more than a dozen referral agencies who've each evaluated the project specifically and determined that the surrounding roads, utilities, other infrastructure are more than adequate to accommodate a mid-sized multifamily community. We're almost there. We're getting there. Criterion G is that there's adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility, facilities and services, recreation parks and schools that can serve the project. Again, a bit similar to some of what we just discussed. But one thing that we should discuss is that, as I mentioned, this went out to at least 12 different referral agencies, including the fire department, the school district, utility companies. Each of those referral agencies has their own internal subject matter expert who evaluates the final plat to determine if it's going to have an undue impact on whatever their purview is, the school or fire access. So they have their policies, their codes, their best practices that they look to, which have been adopted and are publicly available. And those regulate the future development within the city to ensure that development won't have too much of an impact or to regulate how they can mitigate that impact. For the fire department, just for instance, it's of course literally a life and death issue for them to make sure that there's adequate access, the number of fire hydrants, if a property needs to be sprinkled, that kind of thing. So while council's reviewing the same information here tonight, the point is that you should have confidence that these subject matter experts, who are the referral agencies, have evaluated all of this and taken all of these standards and requirements into account. There's a couple specific things to note here. The school district, as I think Harry was mentioning, works in collaboration with the city to decide where new schools are going to go. This property is not designated for a new school, so instead they pay the fee in lieu, which is established by the school district and the city based on a calculation of how many students they think any project may generate and the cost of serving each additional student. So the school and the city comes up with what the fee in lieu amount is, and the developer is just required to pay whatever that is. And that is intended to offset the impact of any future development. Here, Next Metro would pay about $52,000 in fee in lieu. I don't know how many students the school district projected. Next Metro has done its own analysis of its communities, and they've built more than 4,000 units nationwide. They expect that a community like this would generate a new student for every 10 units. There's 130, a school-age child, right? So there's 132 units, there's 13 students. Of course, not all of them are going to be new to Commerce City. Some of those families are just moving from within the city. So the number is likely lower than that. Slide, please, Harry. For parks, as we mentioned earlier, there's about 6.5 acres of total usable amenity space within the property. That's the dog park, the linear park, private patio spaces, pocket parks spread throughout the project for ease of access. But this is also about 350 feet away from the regional park that is part of the larger Settlers Crossing project that they've committed to build as part of that overall master development. This is sort of important to note because that park, along with Next Metro's agreement to pay a $185,000 fee in lieu, satisfy the open space requirements in the code and PUD. Everything Next Metro is proposing within its own project is all just additional amenity space to provide options to its residents. They can stay within the community and hang out at the dog park, or they can walk a short distance down the street and go to the regional park. Next slide here. This is just a closer up views of the linear park, dog park, pool area, those amenities. And then finally, with respect to transportation, there's been some questions about that. So residents will exit the community onto Argonne Street and then drive onto Tower Road. The city's transportation plan designates Tower Road as a principal arterial, meaning it does have a lot of traffic, but it's intended to have a lot of traffic. And that's part of the reason, I'm sure from a safety and code perspective, other city representatives could talk about this more, but that the access is not onto Tower Road. The access is internal to the Settlers Crossing community so that you're not having kids just walk out of their apartment unit, their living unit, and walk onto a busy street. So just wanted to point that out in answer to that question. In sum, that criteria for approval is satisfied. Finally, these last two criteria are pretty quick. We can get through them. They've signed a development agreement in satisfaction of criterion H, and criterion I is not applicable because the final plat's not phased. So thank you for sticking with me through that. Appreciate your time. And the final plat satisfies all criteria for approval, and we respectfully request your approval. Give it back to Tyler here. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, Ty. Thank you all still for the attention. So as far as economic vitality, this 163-acre master plan was conceived in 2010 with annexation and approved by a body of city council members, just like yourselves. We believe that plan incorporates a variety of uses, and we understand commercial being a need of Commerce City. The residents we bring here directly across the street will activate the Tower Road corridor and further provide shoppers for the shopping in the commercial, further provide demographic and trade area for those future retail and commercial developers directly to the south. So as the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, we're excited about what this community can be in its horizontal mixed-use nature throughout the entire 163 acres. And instead of creating our own small pocket parks, say like the 4-acre Central Park that's 350 feet away, we're providing our residents opportunities within our community, but also opportunities to aggregate within the greater community, which we see as a way of bolstering economic vitality, walkability, and utilizing and celebrating the draws of what Commerce City is. Another component of Next Metro as a company, as well as the Avila homes, is sustainability is a key initiative of our company. So whether it's low flow faucets, toilets, aerators, but being responsible and utilizing our resources in a conscious manner, starting with the sizing of the homes themselves, averaging 1,000 square feet, which is how homes were built for decades, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, et cetera. We've been able to right-size homes with landscaping all around, xeriscaping, natural vegetation, while being a steward of our communities as well as our resources. So overall, I think the benefits of our communities speak for themselves as Buffalo Run has become a fixture and a component of the Reunion Greater Plan, and continues to thrive with residents that are proud to call Commerce City home, who live and work within Commerce City, and who get to enjoy the lifestyle that's brought us all here. There's the opportunity here with the flexibility of a lease to accommodate an underserved population in a natural occurring workforce housing manner. And that's something that we're very excited to bring you all today, and we appreciate your time and attention. Our request is that you support staff's recommendation and approve this final plat, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I just have a quick question related to criterion F. I see that there's a conformance report related to traffic, but was curious if there's any feedback regarding parking.
Yeah, so we are currently drawing in our PUD development permit 282 parking spaces. One thing we've learned is surface parking allows for much more flexibility. So Buffalo Run houses 100 parking stalls within garages in 25 structures, and this for 128 units. This community is 132 units with 282 parking stalls, which is 16 more than the standard. And even more so, we're housing 68 garaged spots. So through the learning process, we've actually reduced our private garage count by 8 structures, so 32 stalls, to allow more flexibility of parking. And that was certainly a lesson learned from Buffalo Run. So we conformed to the PUD and exceeded it by a factor of over 5%. Another note that the PUD language, and actually Jason and Rogers and I spoke right after our pre-application meeting in April of 2020, was our building separation is 15 feet as opposed to Buffalo Run's 10 to accommodate the PUD language. And we've also accommodated covered open parking as a way of finding the balance between protection from the weather, but also flexibility of open spacing. So I appreciate that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the staff report, and apparently there were questions about whether it meets the standards in the LDC and the PUD. Do you know what those concerns were about?
I would have to defer to staff as far as their concerns. I don't know if I'm in a place to speak for Commerce City staff and their perspectives.
Okay.
Are you okay if I defer to them?
All right. I'll get back to you, Jim. I'll come back to that one, Mr. Tolbert. Tower Road runs the full length of this property, correct? It's parallel to Tower Road.
Correct, yes.
And what is the distance from the curb to the fence?
The setback distance from Tower Road?
Yes.
I would have to look at the site plan itself. As far as it pertains to the plat, I guess I'm trying to understand. Is there
Because
further?
the setback would be, it was said to be 100 feet?
I'm going to defer to the expert in this manner, as much of development is that. So Ty with Norris Design is going to.
Thanks. So the building setback from building to the property line is 20 feet. And then between the property line and the roadway, I'm just eyeballing on this plan, it's right around 35 to 40 feet.
Now, are you claiming multifamily, or are you mixed use?
We are utilizing multifamily as the use definition, which is a
Multifamily?
component of one of the uses allowed in the mixed use definition in the PUD.
Okay, then I do have a couple of questions for staff. Thank you.
All right, I have some questions, and I appreciate the presentation. I've been taking notes up here. Let me start by Mr. Brennan. Can you do me a favor and throw a calculator up on the screen? Because I don't want to embarrass myself with my California public education when it comes to math.
I did have questions for staff.
All right, we're dealing with the applicant right now. All right, you got a calculator?
I'm not sure whether we can. No, sorry, I know the PowerPoint presentation works to display. I have the calculator on my screen here. I'm not sure how to
Alright,
get
so
it.
if you hit that little start button down there for the Windows Start menu, it should pop us up the ability to pull a calculator up. Hey, there we go. Okay, can you tell me how many single-family detached units will be there?
132 units. There's a detached and there's also a duplex configuration.
Sure.
So in total,
Right now, I need to know
132.
the detached number. How many detached will there be?
$92.
92. Do me a favor and put 92 in the calculator there and multiply that by 0.775. Great. Go ahead and throw that into Memory Plus for me. All right. How many single-family attached houses will there be?
So the multifamily units in the duplex configuration are 40 units within 20 structures.
40 units. Great. So type 40 in there and multiply that by 0.364 for me. And hit Memory Plus on that. Great. Go ahead and hit Memory Recall for me so I can see that total. Great. 85 students is what is estimated to be out of your development per land development code numbers. You take that and multiply that by 0.2, please. We get, was that 0.2?
I'm sorry, did you say 22?
Nope, I need that multiplied by 0.02. Let's take that 85 and multiply by 0.02, please.
Point 22?
0.02.
0.02, sorry.
Thank you. All right, 1.71 acres is what the land development code says you should dedicate if you're going to dedicate land based on the amount of residents that are going to live within your units. Multiply that by what is the current average that the school district has given us for fee in lieu of. I believe we sit somewhere around $105,000 per acre, correct?
That's a round number, yep.
We'll use that just for a round number. Please multiply 1.7172 by 105,000. So I show your fee in lieu of should be $180,306 instead of $52,000, based on language in the Land Development Code that is calculated in Section 21-9200 school fees. There's a chart there for single-family detached, 0.775 students per household, single-family attached, 0.364 students per household. So my question is, how did we arrive at only $52,000 for the fee in lieu of fee?
What is the multifamily per dwelling unit calculation state?
So apartment would be 0.195.
And I think it's easy to look at the form of these homes and the way they live for the residents and call them a single-family unit. The difference is single family is generally one home on one lot, and we are retaining this under one lot, one ownership, with full-time maintenance staff, property management staff, and very much operating it similar to any garden community podium tower you see downtown in an apartment configuration, which all sits as one lot. So it's almost thinking of the 3-story walk-up layer cake sliced into single story and sprinkled throughout a site, which is how it functions throughout our state and jurisdictions, regardless of form or mass.
Thank
So,
you. Will these units all have sprinklers in them?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to, actually, we're on this slide right here. If you can get rid of our calculator and go to this slide right here as far as any adverse effect. During the narrative, either yours or the staff's narrative, it said that you guys are refusing to participate in the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. Why is that?
I think we're open to the concept of the voluntary capital fee. The first time it was expressed to me was during the Planning Commission hearing, and I'm very open to having that conversation with the appropriate party.
When I look here at paragraph 2, which you or your attorney or development partner brought up, any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. So whenever it comes to the impact on the school district, and you're going to dump 85 more students into a school, yet you're not helping with the construction of the school, how do we meet the intent of any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated to the maximum extent possible?
So your suggestion is to
I am
maximize the voluntary fee?
I am not making a suggestion. I'm asking how you meet the intent of that paragraph that your staff member brought up to us whenever you're not contributing to the construction of a school.
By
Mr. Mayor, again, Charlie Smith from Brownstein. Yeah, so the code requirement and the criterion is whether you have a substantial or undue adverse effect, and if you do, that you mitigate it to the maximum amount possible. And the evaluation from staff and the referral agencies, including the school district, is that there has not been a substantial or undue adverse impact, since you're asking about the school specifically, on the school. And so there is no second part to that evaluation about how you would mitigate it, because they've concluded there is not one. Under their calculations, which were about $52,000, that was the impact fee that the school district, in collaboration with the city, calculates for us. We don't calculate our own impact fee. They come up with it, and Next Metro pays what's required by the school district and the code. So they're doing everything that they can based on what the code says and what's required under the code to pay the impact fee. And the impact fee is calculated based on the, well, all of their information, their financial information as a school district, to determine how much it costs to serve each new student.
So would you say then that you're doing the minimum required?
No, what I'm saying is that the school district, well, so let me answer it this way. State law says that a city can only require a developer to pay an impact fee that has a nexus with the actual impact that is projected for that development. So the code then provides a process, and the school district comes up with a policy and a process to calculate what is the actual impact of a project on, in this case, the school district. Then that is what the developer is required to pay. And there's nothing else in the code about it. I mean, that's what the requirement is. I understand that there's this voluntary foundation that exists that the developer can pay into, but also that if they choose not to for whatever reason, that can't be held against them in the entitlement process in the same way that the city can require them to donate to the police foundation or the fire foundation or anything else. So.
Anybody on council have any other, oh, actually I have one more. Can we go back to that economic vitality map? I believe we're down closer to the end. Yeah, there we go. Yep, there we go, right there. How long has Avila at Buffalo Run been constructed?
Roughly 5 years.
Roughly 5 years. And in that 5-year period, has there been a single business that has moved in immediately west on 120th Avenue to that development?
I'm not quite sure. I believe the storage facility was under construction, but I would be speculating to answer that question.
So I think it's safe to say that in the 5 years that Avila at Buffalo Run has been there, it has not had a positive economic impact on the construction of those commercial parcels.
Why would that be safe to say? If it's housing those employed by Commerce City, DIA, and the adjacent community, how's that not a positive impact?
You brought this slide up to me and said that if you build this, it's going to help to get commercial there. That's what you said, right?
I would say the general school of thought in regards to commercial development is a trade area is assessed by a retail developer based on the households it would serve. And by adding households, it creates further opportunity for commercial developers and retail developers to assess a more positive trade area. It's an aggregation.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, does anybody on council have any questions for staff after hearing the applicant's presentation? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I have questions for staff. So I'm looking at multifamily from the Land Development Code, and it says no single-family detached dwellings shall be permitted. So I am confused. Can you explain why this is considered multifamily when no single-family detached dwellings shall be permitted?
I would answer that that is considered by the applicant to be multifamily at this time. We have advised the applicant that with the language in the Land Development Code currently and what's in their PUD, we would not be able to move the PUD permit forward until there's resolution of that. If there is, this is before you because it's simply a one-lot subdivision tonight. They've shown you some stuff about the development, but that's not been approved, and that would have to go through, it was trying to go through a concurrent process, but it is not part of what you would be approving tonight. The 132 units, the layout, that's what they intend to do, but this is a one-lot subdivision, so that's why it's still going forward. But you're absolutely right in the way the definition of multifamily does not anticipate single-family detached as part of that.
Thank you very much. And it also calls for 15% open space. So I would like the applicant to keep that in mind. Perhaps
Yes,
that
ma'am.
would be helpful. So the reason then on the staff planning report, it says no PUD permit approved for this lot currently is because there isn't one.
There is, the PUD is approved, which says that it allows mixed use, which includes multifamily, includes residential. That's approved, but the actual PUD development permit that implements that has not been approved.
Mr. Tolbert, when I look at the land use code, land development code, sorry, depends on the city you're from, for mixed use, it states that the uses within this district are primarily commercial in nature, and the residential development is incorporated into the retail environment, such as first floor retail and second floor residential. Is that correct?
I believe that's what it says in the Land Development Code. The issue here is this is a approved PUD that defines mixed use differently, which can be done, has been done in the past, and is, so it would be what governs it in this case. Even though it's got a little bit of conflict with what's in the development code, this was adopted, and the PUD serves as its own zoning for these properties.
What would be the consequence of approving this lot?
At this point, you would basically be converting this tract into a lot, and it would just exist as one lot. Then they would still have to submit a PUD plan that implemented in accord with the approved PUD. Which again, if you go into the PUD document, it says no single-family detached in this tract A also.
Correct. And the setbacks are greater.
To be honest with you, I didn't bother to get into that detail because the first one was an overriding issue.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to follow up just to get some clarifications while you're there. Under the current land development code definitions, is this a multifamily property, or is it a property that will have single-family attached and single-family detached homes?
If it was being done under the land development code, I would say that the product that they've shown you does not comply with the land development code.
Thank you. So going back to the criteria, I believe it's criteria A or B. Subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning concept plan or PUD zone document.
Since it is simply a one-lot subdivision, it is not inconsistent with the PUD zone document. If the subdivision included what you see here, if they were doing the conventional single-family detached on individual lots, then the answer to that would be no, it is not consistent with that document. The fact that they are calling single-family detached multifamily because their PUD zone document also says that this tract will have no single-family detached. If that was part of the consideration, we would say it was inconsistent. But again, the subdivision is only to create this one lot. And, and I hope that's clear, that the subdivision is only creating one lot, that what follows is the PUD development permit that has not been approved yet, that would then try to do what they're showing here in the development.
If I may, Mayor, Jason Rogers, another way of looking at Mr. Tolbert's response is that with that one lot subdivision, it does not prohibit the developer from submitting any future plan to change to a conventional multifamily, multi-story building. So in that sense, the subdivision, to Mr. Tolbert's account, is in compliance with the PUD, which allows for being able to move forward with the permitted land uses at the appropriate consideration and time.
I appreciate that, but as part of the official record, the applicant came forward and stated they're going to build single-family attached and detached homes, correct?
I believe that is part of their, that's part of their presentation, yes, sir.
Any other questions for staff as a follow-up? Councilmember Grimes?
Not for staff, I'd request that we can have the applicant clarify the answer to your question regarding single-family and detached homes.
Gladly. The use we proposed was multifamily, which is exactly the use designation of Buffalo Run as of 5 years ago, with a zoning verification letter in hand from Commerce City with application responses saying that our application would be treated as multifamily as far back as almost 2 years ago. It was maybe roughly 18 months ago from Stacy Wassinger. And the configuration of these multifamily units is in a variety of forms, but the zoning and use itself as multifamily as it was treated 5 years ago, as it was treated in the process for the past 2 years, and as we intend to move forward in the process.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, is anyone registered to speak on this matter virtually?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on this matter virtually, and no written comments were received on this matter by the deadline.
Thank you. I'll call Steve Douglas up for round 2 of his comments this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Do I need a swearing?
Yep. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, so help me God.
Mr. Attorney, I believe those words were supposed to come from you.
I'm sorry, I never heard the request to have him be sworn in. My apologies. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. So help me God. All right. On a planning meeting last month, the applicant came forward and presented 3 slides. It was the black and white that showed the layout and the 9 criterias, and then there was, let's see, their plans or their final plot. And through that final plot, my question was, what about the neighborhood meeting? They said, well, this was done back in 2010. Well, in 2010, there was no residents around that area. And so tonight, I understand they brought their A game, and what they were showing was not part of the planning as far as going into detail to come up with what you guys have before you today. So if you could go to slide 11 off their presentation. Can't do that?
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay.
We need
All right. So as far as Aragon Street, and as far as criteria G, with the lots layout, I believe if it was reversed and you had access off of Tower into the development much quicker instead of having to go up and around, to me, this is as far as safety concerned, this is, to me, that's why I chose G as inadequate. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. We will first address the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-789-21. Councilmember Grimes.
I accept the, I apologize, gotta find it on my script here. Motion to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case number S-789-21.
I have a motion to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission on case S-789-21. Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-789-21. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford.
Yes, I'm going to be supporting the motion due to the fact that our staff has recommended that it does not comply with the Land Development Code at this time. I'd like to see them get their PUD approvals and then have a chance to come back.
Is there any other discussion on the motion on the table? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-789-21. We will do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Mr. Hayter, if you can please refresh the council on what it would take to vote, how many votes it would take in order to override the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
This is not a zoning case,
Okay.
and what you're speaking to applies when we're dealing with a zoning case.
Okay.
the recommendation of the Planning Commission has no weight on any decision that you make. So there's no number of votes or anything that's required to go against what their recommendation was. Your decision will be the final decision on this.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that clarification. I'm looking now for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-03. Councilmember Hurst.
I'd like the motion to approve with discussion, the motion on the floor.
I have a motion to approve Resolution 2022-03. Is there a second? Once again, I have a motion to approve Resolution 2022-03. Is there a second? Thing is, I don't have a second, the motion will fail, and Resolution 2022-03 is not approved this evening. I apologize to all of our guests in the audience. I know you're ready to get into the next public hearing, but I want to give everybody a 5-minute break to use the facilities and stretch their legs before we go. Yes, sir?
Do we have a conclusion in that hearing, though? We had a motion with no second, but we don't have an alternative vote, no alternative motion. Is that my understanding?
Anybody have an alternative motion to make? Councilmember Grimes?
Can someone on staff clarify the difference between the two motions, please? What the resolution versus what we've already voted on?
Excuse me, my understanding is you made a motion to accept the recommendations of the Planning Commission into the record, but you certainly did not adopt that position. And then there was a motion that was made to approve the plat. I heard that did not get a second. But we don't have a conclusion to a final decision from council yet as to the plat.
Can we run the motion again? I actually raised my hand just a little too late.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the, no.
I have a motion to
Yeah,
approve
sorry.
Resolution 2022-03. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-03. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I feel like I needed to hear what are the 9 criteria that we're saying missed, because I heard questions back and forth, but I haven't heard a definitive answer on what's missed out of the 9 criteria.
Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Ford?
Again, I will not be supporting the motion just because after hearing our staff talk about meeting the criteria and not having the PUD process taken care of, I think that process needs to be taken care of before we can have a full accusation of what is being done. And because of the information that you were able to bring forward concerning, and Councilwoman Noble concerning the fact that it's one lot and single-family homes are not allowed on one lot, I'd like to see that PUD process happen prior to approval by this body.
Yeah. Any other comments? Any other discussion? Councilmember Madera?
I'll let Deputy City Manager Rogers speak first. I think he had a response to Councilmember Ford's comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Madera, and Matt, please fill in for where I may misstep. As I understand it, Councilmember Ford, your request is for them to go forward and to seek their PUD permit approvals prior to taking action on the PUD plat, correct, sir?
Yeah, my concerns are that coming before this body and having one lot that the PUD over the entire project says no single-family homes per our staff are allowed within the zoning that they currently have. I think that has to be fixed before we can allow single-family homes within that zoning.
So on a couple of points, obviously the discussion about the intended land use, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, is not under consideration and should not be a part of your evaluation tonight as it relates to your determination. At that same time, from a procedural perspective, a PUD permit cannot be approved in advance of the PUD plat because of that PUD plat, because that PUD permit relies on that plat in order for any vertical improvements to be able to be taken forward. So it kind of puts you in a catch-22 per se. And there's other ways that they could, I would say, resolve the issue by changing various aspects of the PUD permit that do not rely on the single-family detached, as Mr. Tolbert was speaking to, that they are continuing to work through with the community development staff. So there's just a number of different dynamics around that request, sir, that we as staff may not be able to meet because of, once again, the procedural requirements and the things that are at consideration tonight. But Matt, if I missed anything, please feel free to fill in.
No, that's an accurate statement. So we start with a PUD zone document, and then we have a plat, and then we have the PUD development permit. So the zone document was approved, quite some time ago, and you've seen that here tonight, and it's in the record. So right now we're reviewing the plat. And as Deputy City Manager Rogers indicated, we don't really look at the land use as part of the plat. The PUD development permit, when it is reviewed and approved, and it's been going through back and forth, it sounds like, based on what Director Tolbert indicated this evening, when that is considered, they will make sure that the final product that's there is consistent with the PUD zone document. The only, I guess, little issue of confusion there is it is often difficult for you to address the approval criteria about the adequacy and sufficiency of public safety, transportation, utility facilities, parks, schools, et cetera, when you don't know what that land use is. So that does come into play in trying to address that criteria G. Does that further clarify where we're at in this process?
It does. It basically says you have the cart in front of the horse when it comes to our residents concerned with development plans. We tonight can only base our decision on the 9 criteria and if that 9 criteria has been met. Is that correct?
Correct. That is your,
Okay.
so in other words, and think about this too, like a single lot can hold a large multifamily development, a large apartment building. That's a single lot, right? So to some extent, we don't know exactly what the final configuration will end up being here. So it can be difficult to make your decision, but you're technically reviewing, the
9 criteria.
Yeah.
Okay, based on that, what happens if staff goes back and during the PUD process on this particular lot can't come to a resolve with the developer? At what point do the residents, especially the ones that are sitting in the room and the ones that are watching at home that have concerns about the development, at what point do they find out whether their concerns matter? If this developer meets the 9 criteria, then we're kind of in a pickle.
Well, if the plat is approved, again, the PUD development permit still needs to be approved. So
If you can make it work, that's what you just said.
Correct. And if they can't make it work, then it would be denied.
Right. And so the rest of us are put in a position to approve something based on something that may not be approved by staff later on.
But you're approving different things.
I understand that. I understand that. I just think it's important for the residents to know the process that all we're voting on is does it meet the 9 criteria. And based on the staff's recommendation, it does meet the 9 criteria.
I've not reviewed the recommendation in the report.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
hold on, can I,
Sure. Thought you were just pointing out that Mr. Rogers wanted to speak, but go ahead.
no, sorry. So I'm struggling on this for a few reasons, and they all pertain to the criteria. So, criteria D speaks to minimizing the amount of land disturbance and maximizing the amount of open space. And from what I've seen today in this case, I'm not seeing that in these plans to, I'm seeing what's considered one lot when in actuality it appears to be several lots, and having houses doubled up one on top of the other doesn't seem like it's maximizing the use of open space and minimizing the land disturbance. Criteria E, I'm also struggling with in that it's not supposed to unnecessarily create lots or pattern of lots that makes compliance with such standards difficult or infeasible. This whole lot being one lot makes it difficult to be in compliance with the standards. So, I'm struggling with that. And then the next criteria F, is that it won't result in substantial or undue adverse effect on traffic conditions, parking. Well, the traffic study that was shown omits about 1,600 vehicles. So I'm struggling with that traffic study because it's basically saying that this is the total amount of traffic that we've seen in another development similar to this one, but we should omit the traffic counts for the service station. Well, what service station are they speaking about? Because the comparable doesn't have a service station. So I guess, I'm struggling with that traffic study. And I guess I'm wondering how we're not going to receive undue effects on the traffic, for one, based off of the study. And two, the parking. From what I've heard from the applicant, it's essentially the same parking as the comparable that they noted themselves have problems. And what they considered a solution was taking out the garages, but essentially you're getting back to the same place. So I'm struggling how we, found all these criterias to be met. And so for that, I won't be supporting this.
Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Noble.
I don't need to add on to Councilmember Madeira's comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for presenting this evening. Really appreciate the thoroughness of your presentation. However, the 9 criteria are not met, and I have this very same concerns that Councilmember Madeira had, except for I really didn't look at E, but it did not meet D, it did not meet F, and it did not meet G. The undue adverse effects on the traffic conditions is my major concern. Also, sufficient public safety, especially when it comes to children and schools, is my other major concern. So as you have presented your proposal here tonight, it does not meet the 9 criteria as presented. Thank you. I will be a no vote.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I voted to have this discussion because I heard quite a different presentation. Sounded like they added between 68 and 80 parking spots to the comparable. I think anything you put there is going to generate traffic, and there's been no justification of how this example of a development will add additional traffic from anything else that would be there. It doesn't mean that I think that the final product is done. When it's on one lot, there's a lot of different ways that you can change the layout to make essentially an apartment complex, but slice down to 1 story. And you know, there's a lot of different ways to solve density issues and the cost of living that's increasing in Commerce City. This kind of lease to have a house, lease to like have your own property that's not an apartment, I think is new and lacks definition. And I think that's what's happening right now. We're calling it a single family unit, we're calling it a multifamily unit, when I don't think it's either. Because it is new in our state and lacks the definition of that. So if anything, you know, my read on how this has happened is that we're lacking the ability to talk about the same thing, because it doesn't have a true definition in my mind of what the proposed product is. And that's really where I was hinging on this, is that there is processes that follow behind this in the PUD permit approval process that would force change if it wasn't meeting the current criteria based off of the 15% open space, if it then get recognized as a multifamily development. And so that's where I have my biggest problem, is what is the definition that we're moving off of? Because I think that definition determines the amount that goes, the cash in lieu for the school. That definition determines if the developer decides to join CFFF. All of those things have a determining outcome, and I believe that we don't have a viable definition for what this product would be. On the flip side of that, when we're doing land use cases, more than half the time, we don't know what company is coming in for a commercial land use case. We don't know the details of how that's going to be. We simply look at what land development code says, what the opportunities are within that development, and do they meet those? I think there were some good arguments as to why the current presentation didn't meet those 9, but it doesn't remove the ability to make the changes during the PUD permitting process to fit those needs or to fit those land use demands. And so I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse and not allowing the process to fix that issue. Doesn't mean, you know, I'm still on the fence on how to, you know, on approving this or voting on this, because I think there were some valid discussions, but I think they all revolve around an undefined definition of what this product would be. It's not an apartment, it's not a house, and I think you can create a very usable definition of what a single family home is, and I don't think these fit that. And so that I think is why I'm on the fence. That hinges on if it meets the 9 criterion. Did it meet the school cost burden for the cash in lieu of? I don't know, because I don't know that the definition's correct. And you know, we can sit here and argue back and forth, but we're kind of creating our own definition at that point.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-03. Do not have a city clerk, so we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay.
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 I believe we are 7-2 on nays, with Councilmember Hurst and Councilmember Grimes being the yeas. Mr. Attorney, you have something to add?
So we did not approve it, but we still don't have an overall disposition, so it hasn't necessarily been denied either at this point.
Okay, what would you like for us to do?
So I guess either we're tabling this or continuing it, or if there's an alternative motion, tonight we would have, we could have a final disposition.
Great, I'd like to make a motion to continue Resolution 2022-03. Councilmember Grimes.
I don't have a second. I had an alternate motion.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue Resolution 2022-03. My justification for this is the applicant and the staff needs to go back and sit down and figure out what exactly is taking place, figure out what those definitions are going to be, and come back to the city council for approval of this plat with clear and concise definitions that we are expecting. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Noble?
I'm sorry, but I'm having difficulty hearing certain members on the panel this evening. Could someone else please state the motion to me so I can hear it appropriately? Thank you.
The motion and the second is to continue Resolution 2022-03 until a later date.
I'm sorry, sir. Could someone else please state the motion for me?
Councilmember Grimes?
Happy to restate that. The motion is to continue the hearing for case number S-789-21 to a later date, to allow staff and the applicant to better define the terms of the application.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, case is continued to a later date to be determined. Okay, again, I apologize, audience. We're going to take a 5-minute break so everybody can go use the facilities, come back and get into the next public hearing. I appreciate your patience this evening as we work through these issues. Okay, that was probably the longest 5 minutes of your life. Apologize for that. We are going to continue with our meeting. Mr. Gibson, did you deduct that time off our mandatory?
I did,
adjournment?
yes, sir.
Okay, how much time did that add us?
8 minutes, sir.
8 minutes, all right. We've got 8 minutes back. Okay, next up is going to be public hearing for Resolution 2022-14, Reunion Filing 38 Subdivision. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will open the public hearing and invite Jennifer Jones, Principal Planner, to make the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interject, I understand from the applicant at this time that they have a motion to make, and their motion would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and let Ms. Borger come up and make her motion. Is this the appropriate time to do the swearing in?
If requested, yes.
All right, let's do it.
Ms. Berger, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Huesman, City Council members. Thank you for your time tonight, especially at this late hour. I appreciate your hearing our motion. In your packet tonight were 2 requests for recusal. I would just like to speak briefly to those so we can consider them, and I will make my motion for the members' reference to recuse themselves, and we can proceed accordingly. Tonight, as you know, we're holding a public hearing on the Reunion Filing 38 Final Plat, and this is you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body, not as a legislative body. As we all know, that means that you're acting as a judge, similar to a judge would in a court of law, only you're applying the law of the Land Development Code to the facts of the Reunion Filing 38 Plat. And I think it's especially appropriate tonight to just remind everybody about how dearly Americans hold their property rights. This is a very tenuous time in the world right now, and I think that we can all appreciate the rights that we are granted here in America, in Colorado, and in Commerce City for due process and equal protection under the laws. And as quasi-judicial decision makers tonight, you do have an obligation, as you know, to render your decision impartially and to provide that due process. And it's our position that based on the information that I provided in my filings that Council Member Noble and Council Member Douglas have expressed in either social media posts or email correspondence with residents, indications that they cannot maintain that impartiality and would not be therefore allowed to provide Oakwood with the due process that we're due. I'm happy to go into the council policies that you're all bound by. There's Council Policy 14, the ethics policy, that really talks about maintenance of the public trust and the fiduciary duty of the council, and specifically that officials and staff must act impartially. There's also Council Policy number 20, which speaks to the quasi-judicial proceedings and requires that decisions be made, that the council members are legally required to be impartial. And then there's Council Policy number 22, which again speaks to this whole requirement of impartiality. And I think what's especially meaningful about policy number 22, if I could just read from it briefly, is the statement in paragraph, excuse me, 1 minute, paragraph N, that says that council members should refrain from any activity which could give the perception of an improper ex parte communication. And so it's not just whether there was any improper ex parte communications, but it's also whether there's an appearance of any sort of communication that would call into question the impartiality of any of the council members. As I said, we provided 2 written letters to the city attorney outlining our reasons for these requests. Finally, I would just say is that Council Policy number 24, a recently adopted council policy in November of last year, speaks to social media use. and specifically states that council members should use caution when using social media to the extent that a quasi-judicial matter could be involved and should refer to applicable city council policies. And then there's guidance from your own Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency, your insurance broker, regarding what those sorts of social media policies should do, hypotheticals to avoid. It's our position that the media posts of Councilmember Noble do run afoul of those posts. It's also our position that Councilmember Douglas's relationship to Mr. Stephen Douglas and his social media posts wherein he specifically called for the denial of this application and then sat on the Planning Commission, and when, which was unannounced to us prior thereto, and when asked about his social media posts, denied that he had made any such social media posts, but in fact, there was a social media post that called out exactly the kind of behavior that we're talking about, and it was posted on December 12th, and it says, "Meet the deadline to demand no high-density residential development at the southeast corner of 112th and Chambers." And so with that, I would respectfully request that the council members consider whether or not they can hear this matter tonight impartially and follow the procedures for recusal, as it's our position that their social media posts, emails, and the postings of Councilmember Douglas's husband render them running afoul of those policies and unable to maintain their impartiality. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hayter, did you have some comments that you wanted to make?
Rather than calling out the particular two members of council that Oakwood has made the subject of these recusals, I think maybe at this time the best thing to do is really, the bottom line is there's no personal financial interests that have been alleged, and our code really basically talks about disclosure of ex parte communications, but the section of the council policies that Council for Oakwood is cited to talks about ex parte communications with a party or that party's representatives, and I didn't see anything in what was presented that even alleges that these communications were with the party's representatives. So rather than to call out those two, I think maybe the general question for everybody here, and I'm asking you this affirmatively at this time, is there any member of this council who cannot make an objective and an impartial decision in this matter based solely on the evidence in the record before you and the evidence and facts presented at this public hearing tonight? In that case, I'm not aware of any conflicts, and I think we should just move forward.
Thank you. Before we do so, I want to open it up. Do any council members have any comments they wish to make? Seeing none, we will move forward with the public hearing. I'd like to invite Jennifer Jones, Principal Planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jennifer Jones presenting on behalf of the planning staff tonight. This next public hearing before you this late evening is case S776-20-22, Reunion Filing 38, located at the southeast corner of 112th Avenue and Chambers Road. The applicant is Oakwood Homes. Staff does enter into the public record the contents of the case file, the subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. The property is located within the city boundary. Notification and posting requirements have been met, and therefore council has jurisdiction to hear this case. So a quick summary of this case, as you've heard, southeast corner of 112th and Chambers Road. The request is approval of a subdivision plat only. The current zoning is regulated by the Reunion PUD zone document, 5th Amendment. And the future land use designation in the comprehensive plan is residential high. So again, the request of the applicant is approval of Reunion Filing 38 final plat that would create 153 lots and 11 tracts on almost 22 acres. There is a concurrent PUD development permit that is reviewed and approved administratively that is concurrent but separate from the plat application tonight. Just for clarification, there's no increase in density requested and no change to the allowable zoning requested. The cluster lots that we will get into the details of here in just a few minutes, they are allowed by right in that Reunion PUD zone document, 5th Amendment. And why are we here, right? Sometimes the public hearings aren't always held for plats. They can be approved administratively per the city's land development code as a part of the public hearing process or the public notification process of that. Both the public is notified and council is also notified. Section 21-3241, number 4 of the land development code does allow for plats to be called to public hearing by a variety of folks, right? The public entities, the community development director, or city council. In this case, the subdivision plat is before you tonight based on comments received from the public. So to get a feel of exactly where we're speaking about tonight, this slide shows you a large area of Reunion, not all of it. There's Reunion Ridge further to the southeast, but you can see a lot of Reunion in this slide, and the area in that top left corner is where the proposed filing 38 is located. To zoom in a little bit more, you can see the relation there to the golf course, and it is on that southeast corner of Chambers and 112th that is currently vacant. And you can see again, it is directly to the west of the golf course clubhouse and parking. It is currently vacant, as this photo illustrates. This is looking west from the golf course parking lot with on the sort of the right side of the screen would be East 112th Avenue, and you can see the greens there on the north side of 112th Avenue. And you can also see the intersection, the signalized intersection of 112th and Chambers Road. As mentioned, the future land use plan in the comprehensive plan does designate this particular corner as residential high. And just as a quick clarification, the comp plan versus the zoning, so that future land use plan within the comprehensive plan is a guiding document. We would really look to that for something like a rezoning or a land use decision. The zoning, that Reunion PUD zone document amendment number 5 is the regulatory document. That is the zoning for this corner. And again, the plat, the subject plat tonight does not change or impact the allowed uses. It would simply create lots. So a little bit of case history. Reunion has been around for a long time. It was originally platted over 3,000 acres back in the year 2000. It was called Buffalo Hills Ranch at that time. Back in 2002, 20 years ago now, is when that first amendment that really started calling it Reunion, the Reunion PUD Amendment number 1, was approved by council. And at that time, back in 2002, is when the current land uses and densities that are included in this plat and apply to this corner, that is when those were approved. There have obviously, from 1 to 5, been a few subsequent amendments. Those were for very specific areas, again, of that very large 3,000 acres. In 2019 was the most recent amendment, that amendment number 5. At that time, there were a few changes that are applicable to this corner. They did not have to do with the land use or the density. They were things like adjusting some of the lot sizes and dwelling sizes, so there were a few minor changes at that time. And then this plat started the application with the city back in 2020, and so that is currently still going on and before you tonight. This is just illustrating that cover page of the regulatory document approved in 2019, the Reunion PUD zone document 5th Amendment. The full PUD amendment is included in the packet as reference. There's a few excerpts included here to illustrate exactly this corner, and as it's defined in the 5th Amendment of the PUD zone document, it illustrates the cluster home. Again, these are just a few things that have been pulled out to illustrate for you. The cluster homes are allowed by right. It is within the allowable density range as well for this corner. And then this is simply illustrating that the zone document, the applicable zone document does allow a variety of both residential and non-residential uses on this corner. Everything from single-family detached, single-family attached, cluster, or multifamily could be allowed for residential in this area. So while it does allow a variety of uses, it doesn't require them to be a combination of uses. So the proposed cluster lots are allowed by right. So the plat, this is just the first page of the proposed plat for you. Plats are a little difficult to see in this type of setting, but we will get into several of the details. As I've mentioned, 153 lots and 11 tracks. So access to this area is provided from both Chambers Road and from 112th Avenue, and I do have an illustration to show you that here in just a second. There's a private park included, a little over ½ acre. There's also a trail connection that is included as a part of this plat that connects the portion of the golf course over to Chambers Road. And then there is an additional tract, which is the parking lot expansion of the golf course. That's shown in blue on this slide. The private park is shown in green. And then these arrows just illustrate the access points. Access onto Chambers Road from East 110th Place and access onto East 112th Avenue from Helena Street. I will clarify, this is a very simplified version of the plat. It's simply illustrating the lots and the access points without showing all of the specific details, but I will show an illustration of how the cluster lots are proposed to work here in just a couple of slides. This is pulled from the proposed plat. This is a summary of the proposed tracts and lots. Right, this is called the tract table. It illustrates all of those lots, the size, the use, the ownership and maintenance, etc., and does account for all 21.9 acres. So we've mentioned a couple of times that these are proposed as cluster lots. The illustration on this slide is simply a graphic representation. They don't all look exactly like this, but it does help illustrate how each lot is each residence is on its own lot. And you could look at those blue teal colored lines would be representing the actual lot lines. And then there's a shared driveway that provides access to each of the lots. The applicant typically refers to these as a 4-pack, and there's also a 6-pack option that would include 6 lots with the shared driveway. And so it's just important to use this illustration to kind of understand how that cluster is proposed to work. The actual homes themselves are approved through our master model process, which is a separate administrative process. So this is, again, just illustrating sort of how those lots, how that configuration would function. And just to clarify, there is a 35-foot height limit. That is the same height limit that is applied to all the other detached and attached residences in the Reunion PUD. So there is no difference in the proposed height allowances. So the analysis of the plat was reviewed against the technical requirements of the zone document as well as the city's other applicable subdivision regulations, also the comprehensive plan. And then as a part of the typical review process of the development review team, the plat was distributed to all of the relevant review agencies, including those listed here, as well as others, but the school district, the utility companies, right, our water district, the fire district, etc. So traffic, that's always a big issue and concern, right, with any development. So a little bit of discussion about the road network and traffic impacts. The roads in the Northern Range were designed to account for future development, right? This, again, has been shown in their plans since 2000 in this area. So 112th and Chambers is now signalized. That's a big improvement in that area. There were not other specific roadway concerns brought up by the development review team. And as a separate but related note, there is a separate standalone Filing 38 specific development agreement between the city and the applicant. So that has been handled separately for this particular proposal. I say separately as opposed to the consolidated development agreement that you all have heard about as well. Impacts to the school district. The school district works with the city as part of the comprehensive planning process to identify future school sites. There's not a future school site identified in this particular plat area. The school district indicated that land dedications requirements have been satisfied, so there's not a requested fee in lieu, and the students from this particular development would attend Turnberry Elementary, Stewart Middle School, and Prairie View High School. The latest information from 27J, does not indicate an inability to serve these students. So parks, both private parks and public parks, as shown on that previous slide, Track D does account for the private park space for this filing in addition to the trail connection. And there is a public park just a little ways up the road at 116th and Chambers, and there is not a parks fee in lieu required. So the approval criteria, I know you all have heard a lot about the subdivision approval criteria, so I will do my best to not read these word for word and bore you with that, but we can certainly talk about the details. And before we get started, I will say that these are responded to in terms of the Planning Commission, and that is based on a 3-2 vote by the Planning Commission back in February. So when I say the Planning Commission finds, I'm referring to that vote. So criteria A, right, consistent with the PUD zone document, and we've talked a little bit about what the PUD zone document allows. Criteria B, again, the intent of the zoning district, which has been consistent throughout the past couple of decades with this particular reunion area. The Planning Commission did find that this criteria was also met. Criteria C, there's not any indication of violation of any laws or regulations. Criterion D has to do with the design and minimizing disturbance. Can be found that the cluster design actually does minimize the impervious surface for additional driveways, and so there is some benefit to that design. Criterion E, that the plat complies with the thought maybe I was going crazy for a minute. Criterion E indicates that the proposed plat complies with the standards of the Land Development Code and that it creates lots that can also comply with the standard. Criterion F, that the plat won't result in any substantial undue or adverse impact, right, to properties or traffic and things like that. The Planning Commission did find that this criterion F, number 1 or a letter I, was met, and that was determined based on all of the reviews of those external agencies, right, and without there being objections by those other folks. Criterion F, that it can have sufficient public safety, transportation, right, and those types of services and facilities. Again, utility providers, parks, school district, et cetera, were a part of this review and can provide those services that are needed. Criterion F, the development agreement. I mentioned there is a separate standalone development agreement between the city and the applicant specifically for this filing 38 that is completely separate and independent from the previous consolidated development agreement that Oakwood had previously operated under. So this is a standalone development agreement, and that criterion is thereby satisfied. And criterion I has to do with phasing. So illustrated in the construction documents of this plat, the plat is proposed in 2 phases, and those do make sense in terms of being reasonable for construction 2 phases for this development. So I mentioned that this item is before you tonight based on public comment. Those public comments were received during the initial posting of the administrative subdivision. That's what got this before you. There were a number of comments as included in that. Those tended to focus on these particular 5 areas: density, infrastructure, concerns about the grocery store, schools, and traffic. As a part of the posting for the Planning Commission hearing that was held in February, a number of additional comments were received, and 4 members of the public did speak at the Planning Commission hearing. Those comments tended to focus on density and/or the cluster design of the lots, safety and traffic, as well as aesthetics and views. You can see that the public notification requirements were met, and I do have a question down here at the bottom. Additional comments received since posting. That was posed as a question because obviously this went into the packet before tonight. Additional comments were received between the time of the packet publication and the deadline to receive those today, and I believe that the city clerk's office has included those in the public record for this hearing. So the Planning Commission, before I got to the Planning Commission, this was heard by the Development Review Team back in December of 2020. I mentioned that this had been going on for quite a while. The hearing before the Planning Commission was on February 10th, and at that time, the Planning Commission did vote 3-2 to recommend approval to City Council for this filing 38 final plat. With that, I will let you know that the applicants and their representatives are present tonight, and they do have a presentation for you and are available to answer any questions. Planning staff and public works staff are also available for any questions that council may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the very thorough presentation regarding this case. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Madera.
What's the allowable density for the PUD?
It is 6 to 24.
And what's the density proposed?
The density proposed, that's a great question, and I have it spelled out. Off the top of my head, it depends on if you calculate it by gross or net, but it is within the range. It's about 7 to 12, depending on which way you calculate it.
Then you mentioned that there was no traffic concerns. Why is that?
So there were no additional traffic concerns brought up by the development review team. There was a traffic study that was provided as part of the application process, and that was reviewed by the city's public works staff. And so I can go that far. I will let you know the city engineer is here, as well as his public works staff, if there are specific questions about the traffic study itself.
I guess I do have questions, specifically about Chambers and 112. And, current traffic levels at that intersection and, what the proposed impact would be.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember Madera. So the current traffic on Chambers Road, we estimated about 12,000 vehicles per day. This development would generate about 15,000 trips in a day. During the AM peak hour, it would be about 113 trips per hour. During the PM peak hour, it'd be 153 trips per hour. So just to give you perspective, a 2-lane road with turn pockets would have an acceptable level of service with about 18,000 cars a day. And so there is a plan to actually widen Chambers Road to 4 lanes, and a 4-lane road could accommodate up to 36,000 vehicles per day at an acceptable level of service. So I guess the traffic impacts, I think, are minimal with this particular development.
Well, except for those aren't 4 lanes yet, so is the developer proposing to make those improvements?
So there is an agreement between, well, there's not an agreement. It will need to come before City Council to do a joint project between the city and the Reunion Metro District to widen Chambers from 112th to 106th to 4 lanes.
So in its current configuration, then the current roadways wouldn't be adequate to handle the additional traffic?
No, so the current roadway has about 12,000 vehicles per day and could handle up to 18,000 vehicles per day with proper turn lanes. And so this development adds about 15,000 cars a day. So that gets you up to what, 13,500. And so that there is capacity on the current roadway to handle this development. Oh, did I do my math wrong? Sorry.
Okay, I think I was doing the math wrong, can you repeat those numbers for me?
Yeah, sorry, I meant 1,500. I apologize. Yeah.
Thank you.
The follow-up to that, you said with turn pockets,
Correct, with turn pockets, yes.
and are turn pockets currently installed?
Turn pockets are not currently installed. The ones on Chambers would be installed if the joint project was approved. The improvements on 112th did include a left turn pocket for this particular development and the development Buffalo Run, I think it's the Greens at Buffalo Run to the north.
Okay. So just to clarify that, there is not currently an approved project to install turn pockets on Chambers.
That is correct.
Going back to your numbers, and let me caveat on that question. The developer agreement for this approval does not include those turn pockets.
That's correct. The development agreement just includes the roadways internal to the site.
Thank you. So let's go back to the numbers that you just quoted, Councilmember Madera. How many are currently on that roadway?
12,000 vehicles a day.
And this is going to add how many vehicles?
1,500.
1,500, making 13,500. Am I right?
Correct.
And how many can be accommodated on a two-lane road without turn pockets?
I would say, well, I would guess, my numbers have to do with the 18,000 with proper turn pockets. I will say the applicant's traffic engineer's here, so he may be able to actually address that particular question.
By city standard, how many vehicles per day on a two-lane road without turn pockets?
I have to look that up for you, sir.
Okay, you can do that while we move on to Councilmember Madera. Did you have more questions, or were you good?
That's it for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other council members have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. The traffic study that was in the packet, who did the traffic study that was in our packet?
Yeah, JR Engineering did the traffic study that's in the packet.
And do their numbers differ from your numbers?
They do not differ from my numbers, no.
I saw references, for example, a 24-hour traffic number on July 19th, 2018 at 112th and Chambers of 6,008. And then the traffic study also shows a count for Chambers and Heartland on March 18th, 2021, and that was 11,573, which was a pretty marked difference, an increase between 2018 and 2021. Unfortunately, it didn't include a 24-hour traffic count for 112th and Chambers in 2021, but it did include 2021 for Chambers and Heartland, although that was March 18th when there was a pandemic going on, so there were far less people driving at that time.
So is your question whether or not
Why
they're...
are
Why are their
don't the
traffic numbers
figures
lower?
match up? Why does the traffic study include Chambers and Heartland, when the Public Works Director told the Planning Commission that it didn't?
Chambers and Heartland, I believe, if you're talking about the background traffic, I believe that it does include the background traffic generated at Chambers and Heartland.
And I had read that, why are we relying on figures that might be based on a May 2000 traffic study? Are we doing so in any fashion?
So we can get into the traffic numbers with their traffic engineer if you'd like, but when we estimate that background traffic, we were adding in additional traffic because of the pandemic numbers. So they should be, the background traffic should be fine.
The traffic engineer for Oakwood Homes made several recommendations. Did we provide WBL and NBL turn lanes at the intersection of 112th and 7A North Access E2?
One moment, Mayor. He's looking into your request. So if I may, Councilmember Noble, while he's looking into that, your question is whether or not did the applicant provide a westbound left and a northbound left turn lane at the intersection of East 112th Avenue and the north access of E2, and then a southbound left and a northbound right and a westbound left turn lane at the intersection of Chambers and west access A1, and then a southbound median acceleration lane on Chambers Road for the westbound left movement out of the intersection at Chambers and 7A. And then lastly, a southbound right turn lane at the intersection of Chambers and 112th Avenue. Correct, ma'am?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Those are all of the recommendations, and I'd like to know if they were incorporated.
And what you mean by incorporated as part of the development agreement, correct, ma'am?
Well, would some of these lanes have to be cut into the property itself?
So on a plat, the plat would only be required to show, if necessary to accommodate the turn lanes, additional right-of-way for dedication. So there would be a dedication of the additional land to accommodate that if it does not already exist within what's already been dedicated to the city. So I am looking at Mrs. Jones to confirm whether or not there were any required additional dedications, which kind of sets the tone per se as to what would then follow as it relates to the actual constructability of the improvements within the development agreement.
Did you have another question you wanted to address while we wait for the engineer to look that up?
I'm sorry, were you looking that up?
The engineers are looking that up. Did you have another question you wanted to
I'm sorry, I
address
thought
while
the
we wait for
planner was
them?
looking it up as well. No?
I can just clarify that there is minimal dedication along Chambers Road.
There is what?
There's a little bit of dedication, but it's a pretty small amount along Chambers Road.
And could we have more detail, please?
I will get that for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to understand about mixed use. This is a question that came up earlier. Mixed use in our land development code says the uses within this district are primarily commercial in nature, and the residential development is incorporated into the retail environment, such as first floor retail and second floor residential. How does this differ?
So the mixed-use designation is outlined in the Reunion PUD, and then the Reunion PUD specifically list uses that are allowed within that designation. It's actually even broken down by what they originally called villages. And then there is a slide on that if you'd like me to go back, but there's a variety of residential uses that are allowed as well as non-residential uses. But it does not require any percentage or ratio or combination. I think I've presented to this council before, right, the Reunion PUD, that term mixed use is different than the Land Development Code mixed use. So that mixed use in the Reunion PUD goes back to, right, that 2002 amendment where the uses were identified. So there's not been any changes to those uses since that time in this applicable area. But, I'm sorry, does that answer your question, Councilwoman Noble?
Yes, thank you. And regarding signs, where were the two signs located on the property for notification?
For the posting for this meeting tonight, there was one along Chambers.
Oh, not for this meeting tonight, but previously when the Plat.
I believe they were in approximately the same location all 3 times that they were posted. They were posted by the applicant, and we do have photos of those. There one along Chambers and one along 112th Avenue. 112th Avenue, yes.
All right. And of the 62 people, or the people who, so there were 154 pages of public comment, written comment, which I read the staff report, the planning commission's report, presentations, etc. Were the people who asked about, who were among the 62 or among the 300-foot radius, did they all receive notifications about tonight then? So
yes, ma'am.
All the people who, among the 152 people who sent notices, sent written comment, did they receive notice of this meeting this evening?
The city clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but the notification would have gone to the property owners within the 300 feet only, is my understanding.
Thank you very much. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just had one more question. What's the parking requirement?
2 off-street parking spaces per lot.
And what's provided in this plan?
So the separate PUD permit that's under review, there are 2 spaces provided in garages. There's also certain areas in the shared driveways with available parking.
So it doesn't meet the 2 on-street spaces?
Yes, the 2 minimum is met. I was adding, I believe there's some additional spaces in some of the configurations of the shared driveways. If my memory serves me, I believe the applicant might have a slide that illustrates that.
I thought you said that there's some were provided in the garages.
There are 2 dedicated spaces provided for each residence. What I was illustrating, or what I was trying to explain, is I believe that there are actually some even additional spaces in some of the driveway configurations.
Okay, I'll follow up with the applicant. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. When Councilmember Madera was asking questions, it was noted that there was a joint plan to widen Chambers from 106 to 112. Could you give me more detail on that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I believe the city engineer would be able to give you more detail, or I believe the applicant may also discuss that in their presentation.
Okay. I also wanted to know if the traffic study had taken into consideration how the traffic flows north on Chambers and where it meets 120th. There's only one lane that goes straight. There's only one turn lane that goes to the west, and there's one turn lane that goes to the east. But that street gets backed up horribly, especially during the school, when the school is in, and everybody's turning to go to Prairie View Middle School and Prairie View High School. And the left-hand lane gets completely backed up all the way down, and people cannot get out of the neighboring neighborhoods.
Councilmember Douglas.
Was that taken into account?
I need to remind you that you are not to testify during this time period. It's a time period for asking questions.
Oh, I thought that was a question.
I didn't hear a question yet, so just can we please keep it in
no,
a
I
question
asked if
format?
that was taken into consideration in the traffic study. So,
Yes, ma'am, and I would ask
that was all.
if Public Works staff could clarify the traffic study inclusions.
Thank you.
We're still waiting on engineering, so we'll go back to, did you have another question outside of engineering? Councilmember Noble, did you have a question outside of engineering?
Could you tell me the process that you go through to determine criteria F? That criteria F is satisfied when we talk about undue adverse, substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties? What does that mean to you?
Yes, ma'am, I can answer in terms of the development review team and their review of the proposed plat, and that the conclusions by the development review team are based on the conversations, comments, issues, and revisions requested by all of the agencies of the development review team, right? The folks that do the specific technical reviews. And so that's based on things like drainage being reviewed by, right, the city's engineering staff and folks like the fire department, right, that those that there won't be a negative impact based on the services that they can provide. So that conclusion from the development review team is based on the conversations, the comments, again, through a lengthy, right, many-month process, working with those other departments and agencies.
So it's not literally the properties, any other, you're suggesting that no other impacts but those are considered for undue or adverse, such as compatibility, property values, et cetera?
A number of those types of considerations are handled at the zoning, right, the time of the zoning. And so, you know, the land use itself, I would say, is not, the land use is, right, either allowed or not allowed, and that's certainly discussed at the development review team. But things like property values, the development review team does not consider property values. We don't have a way to have feedback on that, right? That's typically opinions, fairly subjective in terms of what the proposed impact would be to something like property values. We look at the actual regulatory documents in terms of what would be allowed through the zoning for specifics to land use.
And do you have a document from 27J regarding this project?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that is in our packet? Is that evidence that we have before us
There is a sort of a summary, but the actual document is not in your packet. That was, again, there's a variety of those that are collected and reviewed over the course of, right, the almost 2 years that this project has been moving forward. 27J did provide sort of their typical letter, right? They outline the student generation. They talk about that there's no land dedication required, where the students will attend, et cetera. So we do have that. That was included as part of the development review team analysis.
So typically, 27J would want students within 6 blocks of a project, but 27J is suggesting Turnberry Elementary?
That's correct. That is, they indicated that these students would attend Turnberry Elementary.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Sonderland is back.
So it's not included in the, well, let me start over. So the improvements on 112th Avenue for that access point that you referenced, those are not included in the development agreement, and they should have been. That was an error on our part.
And Mr. Rogers read off the rest of them. There are actually 5. This is important, it would seem to some people, because if you think about the access directly onto Chambers, have you noticed that there is a hill and a slope with the blind spot?
So that roadway would have been designed as a multimodal arterial at a 40-mile-an-hour design speed, and so that should meet all of the sight distance criteria on that roadway.
Did you consider disallowing left turns out onto Chambers?
We could consider that. I will say that the full movement will work, but the striping needs to be done on Chambers to allow for the left turn into the development.
Rather than 112th?
Sorry, I thought we were speaking about 112th. So are we talking about Chambers Road now?
Yes, Chambers Road. So you have 112th is one access point. However, on the project, there's a second access point on Chambers Road. I don't know what that street is. What street is that?
East 110th
It's
Place.
110th Place.
110th Place. Yeah, so again, that was omitted in the development agreement. Those improvements should have been included. That was an omission on our part, or an error on our part.
All right, thank you. And as for the other, let's see, 3 recommendations, are they included in the development agreement?
So any of the recommendations, the development agreement only covers the internal roads for this development, so the answer is no.
All right. And the staff report says that a development agreement was included, but the development agreement is inadequate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Did we get a number on how many cars per day on a 2-lane road without dedicated turn and deceleration lanes?
Yeah, 15,000 per day.
15,000 is the standard without those?
Without, that would be on a rural 2-lane road, 15,000, it could accommodate 15,000.
And what about a urban 2-lane road?
Well, the 15,000 number would correlate because the rural would not include the turn lane requirements and that stuff, so.
Ms. Jones, you mentioned that previous dedication was done for school. Where was this dedication made and when was the dedication made?
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't have those details provided from 27J. Their exact statement is the land dedication requirement has been satisfied with previous land dedications.
Okay. But we don't know where or when that was.
I couldn't say specifically for 27J, no.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions for staff before we move on? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation also. Can you just pull up again the presentation, go to criteria E? I think that was... Can you just explain that a little more, what you said it complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or can you just explain to me a little bit what that's stating?
Yes, ma'am. So the lots that are being created through the proposed plat, that they will result in lots that can accommodate, right, per setbacks, size requirements, and things like that. So the plat is creating lots that meet the standard and that they could be developed in a way that meet the standard versus versus something that couldn't, right, or that would be a challenge to accommodate basically on the lot.
So you said they can, but do we know that for sure? It definitely will, or when you said can, is that for sure, or it will, or?
Yes, ma'am, that's a part of the PUD permit review. That's where we have actual lot typicals and things like that that illustrate, right, where on the lot the right required landscaping will be able to met and the access points and all of those things, right, in the setbacks. And so I would say that it is separate. It is a part of that PUD permit that is concurrent but separate from this plat, but yes, ma'am, that is being reviewed and that is, they are able to accommodate in order to meet the standard with what's proposed, yes.
But it's still being reviewed, so it's not for sure it's still being reviewed?
It is reviewed. The PUD permit cannot be approved until the plat is approved. So that's why I say still under review. It is, it has gone through the review process, but it would not officially be, quote, approved until there's an approved plat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward and make their presentation.
Jennifer, do you have our?
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting it loaded for you right there.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm all sworn in. So good evening, Mayor Huseman, City Council members. Michelle Berger with Spencer Fain, 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 2000, Denver, Colorado 80203. I'm here tonight representing Oakwood Homes regarding their reunion filing 38 final plat. I'd like to thank Jennifer and all the city staff for the great job they've done, not only tonight, but for the past 2 years, getting this in front of you and answering a lot of really tough but important questions that you asked tonight. And also the Planning Commission for their recommendation of approval. Jennifer tells me this is a little touchy, so there we go. So before we get started, I just want to give you a brief overview of our presentation tonight. We're going to start by going through the application history, providing just a few more details than what Jennifer provided. Then we're going to touch on the final plat approval criteria. You know, I really appreciate everybody's thoughtful consideration of their impartiality and the due process. And I think equally as important, as you've heard in the previous presentation, is just that, you know, the 9 final approval criteria are what you're judging this application against. Then I'm going to turn the presentation over to Jim Hayes. He's Oakwood's Vice President of Land Acquisition and Entitlements, and he's going to discuss exactly how the application meets all the approval criteria. And then when Jim's done, he's going to turn it back over to me for a few concluding remarks. So couple of things that are important about the application history. As we all know, it was submitted for administrative approval and the staff completed their technical review. And I touched on this in my letter, and I really think it's important that everybody acknowledge how the staff is really your technical experts. I think somebody referred to them as the subject matter experts. And you certainly have questions regarding how they went about their work, and you've identified some things that you think still need to be addressed. But you know, the whole final plat approval process is really a technical process based on objective criteria, not subjective criteria. So after the staff determined that the application had basically was ready for notification, they published notice on November 29th, and then, or excuse me, they determined it was ready on November 29th, and then they proceeded with a public notice on December 3rd, and that notice period was set to expire on December 13th. City Council did consider this for a call-up. It was a tie vote, so it failed. And then there were public comments that were received on December 12th and 13th. And there was only 4 comments within that 300-foot notice area. And we spoke about this in our letter. There's several different ways that a plat can be called up for the final hearing process. City Council can call it up. It can also be called up based on citizen comments, but it's citizen comments within that 300-foot area. And those comments have to be based on the 9 approval criteria and should actually request a public hearing. It's our position that none of those comments outline specific violations of the Land Development Code or actually requested the public hearing, but the CD director nonetheless decided to refer the plat for the public hearing process. And then the Planning Commission recommended approval 3-2 at their hearing on February 10th. So so the final plat approval criteria, as we've seen before, consistent with the approved PUD zone document. Again, that's where the more subjective sorts of questions come about, compatibility, land uses, and so forth, as Jennifer mentioned. We have the Reunion PUD zone document, 5th Amendment. Consistent with the zone district intent, again, as Jennifer referenced, the mixed-use zone district in the Reunion PUD is different than the definition in the Land Development Code, and what you're judging it against is the zone district in the PUD. Complies with applicable laws and regulations. Various laws and regulations that I think the previous applicant talked about, environmental laws and so forth. Complies with the intent of the Land Development Code, then complies with the city development standards. No adverse effects on surrounding properties. Again, these are the objective adverse effects. So is there drainage that isn't adequately provided for that's going to impact adjoining properties? And actually adjoining properties, adjoining is defined in your Land Development Code as properties that either share a property boundary or are across a public right-of-way from a property. So, you know, it's really the people who are most likely to be affected by this development. Then adequate public services, that has to do with fire, other public services, water, and so forth. And then the executed development agreement, understand you have some concerns with the development agreement. Jim Hayes can talk a little bit about how that development agreement came about in light of the expiration of the CDA. And then, is it properly phased? So there were some areas of resident concerns that Jennifer addressed. And, you know, the first one was high density. And we've talked about this quite a bit. Jennifer talked about it. Jim will talk about it. But the PUD zone document provides that this is high density residential, and it specifically allows this exact type of high density residential that's proposed in the application as cluster homes. The comprehensive plan future land use map designates this as high density residential. It has designated that as such since the PUD was initially approved. It still designates this area as high density residential. And then there was also some concerns with the building heights. And so even though this is considered to be high density residential, it's still single-family homes that are limited to 35 feet in height, as opposed to other types of high-density residential, such as apartment buildings, which would be much more dense and could also be taller. So all these buildings are shorter, excuse me, 35 feet, do not exceed the maximum 35 feet for single-family uses. The next one was a lack of grocer, new commercial development, and as Jennifer has referenced and as we've spoken about before, mixed use commercial is an allowed use in a mixed use zone district, but it's not a required use. And in this particular instance, the future land use map specifically shows this as high density residential. And so concerns about lack of commercial development on this property really don't go to the approval criteria. The next one is views. There were some concerns about views. Views are not an approval criteria. And as a matter of fact, in Colorado, there is no protection for a view, either under common law or via statute, unless a city would adopt a view plane ordinance, as Denver has done in certain instances. Schools, Jennifer spoke quite a bit about schools. 27J determines what is required, and as the previous applicant's council reminded all of us, City Council can only require an exaction of land or cash in lieu, but cannot require any sort of additional impact fees. And the objections that are in the comments are generally related to building construction and staffing of schools, not the items that are in the approval criteria related to schools. In 27J's response as a referral agency, they specifically said that that there was sufficient capacity, and as Jennifer said, that land had been dedicated in a previous plat. Traffic, we talked quite a bit, or you talked quite a bit about increased traffic. Filing 38 was actually planned as part of Village 7, the larger Village 7, which includes the houses more to the east. We do have our traffic engineer here tonight to answer some of your specific questions about how the traffic study was put together, the background traffic that is used in all traffic reports that I believe Council Member Noble referenced coming from earlier than 2021, and he can speak to that. And then Jim's also going to discuss some significant improvements to 112th that Oakwood did in anticipation of this plat. And then he's also going to talk a little bit about the questions concerning chambers that you have. So as we said, your decision is only going to be based on the 9 criteria. And so once we're done with our presentation, myself, Jim, or our traffic engineer are happy to answer any questions. Once all your questions have been answered, public will have a chance to comment. And then I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal to answer any questions you have based on their comments or to respond to any of their comments. So I'm now going to turn it over to Jim Hayes, and I'll be back here hopefully not too long.
Mr. Hayter, would you mind doing the swearing in?
Evening, Mr. Hayes. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Hayter.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Jim Hayes, Vice President of Land Acquisition and Entitlements for Oakwood, 4908 Tower Road in Denver. I've been working with Oakwood in Reunion for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I spent about 20 years in local government, including 5 years here in Commerce City. So I'm very familiar with the Reunion Master Plan. A lot of the long-term agreements were in place for this master plan community. I think the big thing I wanted to point out here is that you can see on this map, it is a master plan community. It's really about 1/3 built out at this point, and it's about 20 years in. As we all know, we had a great recession here about 10 years ago, caused a lot of decline in the housing market, and that's slowly but surely recovering. It's very hot right now, as we all know.
I want to point out that we've really delivered on several of our commitments since we took over in 2017 from Shea, who was the original master developer, which includes a lot of the improvements along the transportation corridors, whether it be landscaping improvements or actually widening roads such as 112th. We partnered with local nonprofit CUP to convert the Shea sales office into the Reunion Coffee House. Actually won HBA Amenity of the Year in 2019. Construction of the South Lawn Pool in 2020 that was promised by Shea for many years. Fortunately, the opening was delayed due to COVID, but it is open now. I mentioned 112th Avenue Phase 1 construction from Chambers over to Parkside. That was a partnership that we entered into with the city and South Adams Water and Sanitation District and an IGA to complete that project. Also, private financing of the $27 million for the Stead High School, which opened in fall of 2021, Reunion's first high school, chartered by 27J. Also, a lot of implementation of some regional drainage improvements in Reunion Ridge. Also working on design and engineering of the Second Creek drainage area to the west here in Village 8 in concert with your public works staff. Overall, since we became the master developer in Reunion, we've developed over $61 million of public improvements. And since Shea took over, since inception, Oakwood and Shea combined have put in $125 million of regional improvements into the community. Shortly after we became the master developer in 2017, we began working with the city on an amendment to the PUD zone document. It took about 18 months, was approved by the City Council on March 4th of 2019. Some of you sitting here today heard that case. And in that amended PUD approval, we addressed the compliance to some proposed changes in Village 7, which were actually to the east of this property. We did not make any changes to filing 38. As Jennifer mentioned, the original zoning that was in place in 2002 remained on this property. Michelle went through some of this history here. I just wanted to point out that, when we went through the PUD process, we worked very closely with District 27J to make sure that we were identifying and supporting their need for various school sites within the development. And that meant the entire master plan community. So I believe some of the school sites that are referenced here were actually dedicated by Shea previously, but we have plans to dedicate additional school sites in Reunion Ridge Village 9. And we're actually working very closely with the city manager's office and 27J on dedication of another high school site down in Village 10 off of 96th Avenue. So I'm not going to run through the dates here that Michelle had covered those a pretty good detail. I just want to jump forward to some of the substantive comments that we received in January and May. Largely, these were from Parks, Recreation, and Golf regarding the proposed cart path that you see on the south end of the graphic here. We met, including in the field with Mr. Tinklenberg, to identify the best location for that cart path that would provide the best access from the Buffalo Run Clubhouse over to Chambers with a potential underpass at Chambers and then over to Second Creek. The idea was that it would connect this parking lot expansion to the east and then would be ultimately owned and maintained by the Reunion Metro District. Parks cash in lieu, traffic impact fees, drainage impact fees were also noted by staff during that initial review period. I want to point out this graphic. I think it's very relevant to what we've been talking about tonight. During that review period, Oakwood and the Reunion Metro District were completing the widening of Phase 1 of 112th Avenue, which you see on the top here in green. And this included the following improvements: 112th and Chambers intersection improvements, including the new traffic signal, multi-use trail and sidewalk, widening of the bridge and underpass for the golf course, drainage improvements, including a new pond south of 112th, and stormwater infrastructure through the golf course. And then also the city exercised a bid alternate in the plans to actually construct the expansion of the golf course parking lot to the west. And on that last item, we actually eliminated 1.14 acres of developable area from the site, which is approximately about 10 to 12 carriage house home sites. We also facilitated the purchase of the parking lot for the city from Full and Wider and Shea at cost with no markup or profit to Oakwood. City did close on that land in August of 2021, and that deed is actually held in escrow pending this final plat at the city's request. So as soon as this plat hopefully is approved, then we'll be able to transfer that tract I out of escrow, and the city will have, be able to continue to use that property as a as a tract instead of meets and bounds. The final layout of the cart path, I just want to jump back to that quickly, actually will require a transfer or an exchange of 0.15 acres of land between the city and Oakwood. Specifically, we were proposing that the city transfer 0.15 acres in 2 tracts on the south side of Filing 38 to the Reunion Metro District. And in turn, we would transfer 0.15 acres of land in 1 tract to the city for additional golf course property, which you can see kind of to the east of where it says underpass near the 18th hole tee box. We will also be transferring additional land to the Reunion Metro District, so the entire cart path alignment is under the ownership and maintenance of the Reunion Metro District. This will not be a requirement for any kind of city maintenance on that tract. City staff did advise us, though, to proceed with this plat, and then that would be handled through a amended plat later, and then the land exchange transaction would actually come in front of you as the owners of property and making those decisions on behalf of the city. So I'm going to jump ahead here. This is just a quick map showing some of the areas we identified where a lot of the comments were coming from. You see that little buffer we put in kind of the dark gray charcoal line around the filing. That's roughly 300 feet away. We identified there were 109 comments going back to December. There have been a lot more since then. Only about 14 were from the surrounding neighborhoods. We were not provided a map by the staff. We were not really able to determine addresses from those, but we actually did a lot of research in terms of last names, looked at the parcels, and tried to identify exactly where these residents were commenting from. We believe about 95 of these were outside of actually the immediate area of Filing 38. I did want to mention just a couple things that Michelle had touched on that were raised by the residents as concerns. High density, again, the comprehensive plan does designate this property as high density residential, and the final plat does comply with all of the PUD zone documents for the number of units and all bulk standards. The PUD zone document actually is 6 to 24 units per acre. As Jennifer mentioned, you could look at it on a basis of 7 per acre. It's actually more of a medium density residential than even high density. The grocery and new commercial development. Again, the existing grocery store at 104th and Chambers was actually built through a public-private partnership with Shea Homes, Reunion Metro District, the city, and Kroger. Specifically, there was a sales and use tax rebate to incentivize the development of the site in 2011. Unfortunately, the city allowed the current rebate to expire on December 31st of 2021. But Oakwood and the Reunion Metro District are still willing to consider new public-private partnership opportunities with the city for commercial properties currently owned by Full and Wider and under option to Oakwood. Good discussion on traffic. I'm going to jump over to this one. I think it's really the most relevant here. Again, 112th Avenue in Chambers, it's the connection of a multimodal arterial, which is 112th, and a minor arterial Chambers. So Oakwood, through the Reunion Metro District, entered into the IGA with the city for 112th. Filing 38 is planned on the east side of Chambers. Filing 39 and 40 are being processed right now on the west side of Chambers. A new active adult community is also planned up 106th, south and west of the creek. And so therefore, Reunion Metro District, at our direction, started the engineering design to widen Chambers from 112th down to 106th. That would include a new bridge, an 1,800-foot clear span over Second Creek, signals at Heartland and 106th Avenue, and the intersection of 105th and Chambers would also be reconfigured to improve traffic safety entering the King Super Center. This is actually was a requirement that Shea do this work down there many years ago as each pad was developed, and as we know, it's mostly built out now. So it does still fall on the Reunion Metro District to complete that project. We had a great meeting with Public Works on January 18th of 2022. We're continuing to do the next round of design in good faith that we can reach an agreement with the city to do an IGA for that widening. I think it's important to note that the road design as a minor arterial is actually wider than is identified on the city's transportation plan and is about a $20 million project. There are areas south of Heartland and east of Chambers that are part of Original Reunion that are still the responsibility for paying for that for the Reunion Metro District. So we came up with kind of a split in terms of our initial proposal to the staff that I know they're still reviewing right now. Unfortunately, I think there's been a little confusion here about the turn lanes, and I appreciate Mr. Soderlin, identifying the counts and so forth. What I heard and what I wrote down was that 12,000 per day is what we've got now. We're going to add 1,500, and then we could have 15,000 per day with no turn lanes. So I don't know if there was an error or not in the development agreement. We were never asked to make those improvements. We were never asked to put those into the development agreement, but we did dedicate the right-of-way by this plat for Chambers, so we can facilitate this type of project. I think the other thing to point out is that we're prepared to pay the traffic impact fee, which is currently $1,181 per home at the time of building permit. Section 5.02 of the city's engineering, construction standards and specs outlines the criteria regarding traffic studies. And although none of the 6 criteria apply here, we always submit a traffic impact study for all filings in Reunion because it's a master plan community. We always want to make sure that we do updated traffic counts and update them, especially if they've not been completed within the last 2 years. Evaluate existing and proposed development, Dr. Cog data, and just general growth on arterials. So the city engineer did approve the traffic study for this filing, and Eli is here from JR Engineering to answer any questions you may have about that as we get further into the discussion. So I want to show this phasing graphic. Jennifer had mentioned that it will be phased. It's going to be from east to west in 2 phases. It has an overall gross density of 6.97 dwelling units per acre, or 7.35 dwelling units per acre net of the parking lot. The final plat for 153 home sites has public streets, landscaping, and park tracks. It's 21.9 acres. There's 12 acres of development, 4 acres of right-of-way, and then 4.8 acres of open space. The homes are going to be a combination of carriage house and porch-like collections, which are currently being constructed in Reunion Ridge Filing 1. The carriage house collection is also planned and approved east of here on Filing 37, directly east of the clubhouse. So again, before I review each one of the final plat criteria, I just want to mention some of the context by reviewing the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. Again, the southeast corner of 112th and Chambers is planned for high-density residential. So related zoning in there is R3, R4, PUD, MU1, with densities of 8 to 40 units per acre. Primary uses in the comp plan listed are townhomes, patio homes, condominiums, lofts, apartment buildings, and senior living facilities. So the planned use for carriage and porch-like collections focused on a courtyard with gross densities of 7 units an acre, net densities of around 12.5 units an acre, are really more in line with medium density residential, as I mentioned. Therefore, we believe the final plat is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So Michelle did a good job of running through the criteria, and Jennifer, you did a great job in your report of outlining those. I'm just going to run through these quickly here, and then we can wrap up. First of all, the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning, concept plan, or PUD zone document. As I mentioned, it not only meets that density, but all the other bulk and performance standards set forth in the PUD. Subdivision is consistent with mixed-use zoning district intent. Again, the mixed-use zone district provides a land use table in the PUD zone document that designates the area, and proposed cluster homes are an allowed use. The amended Reunion PUD actually contains the land use schedule that shows the densities of residential and non-residential development, but it doesn't necessarily have a minimum or maximum amount of each type of land use that needs to occur. So in this case, we have selected to go with residential. You could argue that the golf course parking lot is a bit of mixed use because we are doing some public uses on the property to the east. Again, the subdivision complies with all state, federal, local laws, regulations, and requirements. I think this is evidenced by the staff's recommendation of approval, as well as the Public Works Department has approved the grading, erosion, sediment control plans. City construction documents for drainage and road construction have been approved, as well as South Adams has approved the wet utility design for the site. General layout of roads, driveways, utilities, and drainage facilities complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. Again, we minimize land disturbance. It really is a flat site. There are no really trees or vegetation on the property. We believe we're maximizing the open space with the pocket park we're putting in there, as well as the cart path dedication that we'll be working on with the city. Again, not really any existing trees there, vegetation, but we did include all of the drainage with that 112th Avenue project. Subdivision complies with all city standards. Again, as mentioned by Jennifer, as well as the Public Works approvals. Also want to point out the city has actually approved 4 separate filings of carriage house lots throughout Reunion and 2 separate filings of the porch light collections. Next is that subdivision will not result in any adverse effects on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, or public improvements. I think we've identified in the PUD zone document any potential negative impacts. Residential development at these proposed densities will not result in any adverse effects on adjacent properties. Adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks and schools are available to serve the subject property. Again, as we mentioned previously, there were no concerns from the DRT, no unresolved referral agency comments regarding infrastructure during the review process that we believe this criteria is also met. Development agreement between the city and the applicant has been executed and addresses the construction of all required public improvements. I think it does warrant some discussion here. There was a consolidated development agreement for Reunion that was executed in 2001 and expired last December. So when we started this process in the fall of, I guess it was 2020, we had always anticipated that we could incorporate the Chambers Road project into that consolidated development agreement. Unfortunately, we had to go into an individual development agreement. We believe that we've met all the criteria for that. We filed the staff's template. They've approved the exhibits. We're going to be providing the appropriate surety once it's executed, and we believe that this criteria has been met. Finally, the phasing plan we believe is rational in terms of available infrastructure capacity, again, moving from east to west and accommodating the drainage. So with that, I will turn it back over to Michelle just to wrap up for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. So I'm just going to click the 9 approval criteria up here again. I won't read them to you. I'm sure you could know them in your sleep. And but I would just like to have them in front of all of us as we listen to questions from the public, and as you have any questions for us. So as I bring them up on the screen, I would just again like to thank staff, thank everybody here. It's a late night. We appreciate everybody's continued attention, and we would respectfully request approval of our application. We're available to answer questions now and or after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, we have some housekeeping business that we need to do before we get into questions. I'm looking for a motion in a second to extend the council meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the city council meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, our automatic time of adjournment is now moved to 12:40 a.m. This time, does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a reference made to the height of these homes, and I was just curious if we could get a comparable height for a standard 2-story home.
I'm not sure we have a comparable height for a 2-story home. All single-family homes in the Reunion PUD are allowed to be 35 feet, regardless of the number of stories.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for Jim. First, after having the gentleman called in that noted that I received donations from you and/or Oakwood for my campaign, you and me have known each other a long time. You know that doesn't tie my vote to anything that a developer would ask me to do that I wasn't in agreement in. I have to state that. Secondly, I do have some questions. You know, years ago, we donated land, not in Reunion, but down the street about 117th for a school. And I was very opposed to it being there. I wanted it on the other side of the road. I don't know if you remember that discussion.
I do.
Well, the school district now has decided not to build a school there, right? So that school site went away. I know the school district's not here to answer my question, but Turnberry seems like it is a long ways away from that development for a school site, for elementary school, for the kids in this neighborhood. And I'd really like to know how the school district came to the fact that that's gonna be okay. I mean, it's a long ways from that neighborhood to Turnberry. And I'd like to know about how many kids you think are gonna be coming out of your subdivision that will be attending Turnberry. Because I know that that's a big concern for a lot of the residents is, where's the capacity in the schools? I mean, they already go to these schools. Where's the school site gonna be that's gonna take on these kids if Turnberry is temporary? If it's permanent, it seems like it's a long ways away. Do you have any ability to answer any of that for me tonight?
I don't, other than I can tell you what we're planning on dedicating. We are working with the school district and the staff down in Reunion Ridge, which I know is not much closer than Turnberry, but there's another site down there about 100th Avenue in Potomac that will be kind of in the next phase of our development down there. And then there's another site actually adjacent to the Anderson property, which I think is also in process right now. It will be kind of a shared dedication. That's the latest plan. And so we're working on those acreages in the context of the Reunion Ridge and the reverse setback and those types of things as we're working through it with staff. I can't say as to, how they're doing their boundary lines or how they decide, that those kids would go to Turnberry. I'd really have to see if Jennifer has anything more to add in terms of how they calculate or if they use their table to, and I heard 0.775 earlier for single family. So it'd probably be the calculation times 153 in terms of number of kids. That's K through 12 though.
Yeah, but for the amount of homes, it's a lot of kids. And you have development planned west of Chambers as well. Will those kids also be going to Turnberry?
Well, the ones on the northeast side of the creek are standard traditional neighborhood. Everything south and west of the creek is active adult age restricted. So there'll be no children coming from that development.
Okay. The other concern that I wanted to ask you about is I know we don't have a master development agreement, and that's okay with me right now. But given the traffic volumes on Chambers today, and not based on the counts, based on what I see when I drive Chambers, if the widening's only gonna go to 106th, there's gonna be a mess at 106 where both lanes come together to create back to one lane. I don't know how we're gonna get past that. So, it's interesting. We get to base our decision on the 9 criteria. The 9 criteria are based on technical support, but we also live in the community. And when I see Chambers Road bottlenecking at 106th, that creates concern. I know it's something that I can't base my vote on tonight, but it's a concern. So I'd like to have more information about the stuff that was left out, that staff said was left out, and if that still meets transportation means for the 9 criteria.
Yeah, and I can clarify a couple of things I think related to that. As I mentioned, when we started this, we didn't necessarily want to just put in throwaway improvements at 110th place, I think it is there, with the turn lanes and so forth. We think that the best solution, the best economical solution is the widening of Chambers Road to a minor arterial from 112th all the way down. I should clarify, it is kind of wide at 105th, and then it does neck down to 106. So the idea is that it would be 4-laned all the way down to 104th. It wouldn't stop at 106. There wouldn't be a gap. The idea is that it would go all the way.
Okay, the last question I have for you at this time is based on the traffic and the fact that 112th is closed at Chambers going west. How, I mean, to me, that has to negatively affect the traffic flows today. And until there are improvements on 112th West, I see another concern with traffic movements. And I guess my question needs to be directed to staff. Was 112th being closed taken into consideration that additional traffic on Chambers because there is no access to the west on 112th? And what kind of relief would 112th bring if this development was to happen?
Councilmember Ford, would you mind if we let Eli Farney answer that question, the traffic engineer?
No, that's fine. They can answer as long as the city staff is to concur with the answer.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Hayter.
Good evening, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm Eli Farney, JR Engineering, out of Centennial, Colorado. We have not thoroughly studied that connection on 112th from Chambers over to Highway 2. I know we've taken traffic counts on Chambers and we've seen those fluctuate by a few thousand over the last year or so, but we have not thoroughly studied at this point that entire connection over to Highway 2. But that would, with that connection, that would relieve some traffic on Chambers.
Now you pose another question to me. You see a fluctuation and we don't have a lot of room to give based on the traffic studies. What kind of fluctuation are we seeing?
Well, looking back at our counts, we were about 11,500 back in March of 2021. And then we took counts again in October 2021. Those are about 15,500. And I see some of that probably related to COVID, just with fluctuations with people staying at home, and we've seen volumes. I've do a lot of studies over the metro area, and I've seen those volumes kind of fluctuate over the last year just with COVID. But really with our calculations, a 2-lane arterial with a median and left turn lanes can accommodate about 18,000 vehicles like Brent mentioned, and possibly up to 19,000. So with the Filing 38 project adding 1,500 vehicles per day to 15,500, we would still be below that 18,000 to 19,000 threshold.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Excuse me, engineering, please. Can you come back? Thank you. Sorry, I missed your name. When you did your traffic study, did you also factor in the new homes on the east side of the Buffalo Run Golf Course on 112?
Yes, we did. We actually looked at 5 different developments in Reunion, and we took those into account along with future 2050 volumes from Dr. Cog. So we took the 5 developments, Dr. Cog volumes, reconciled all the numbers to come up with our background traffic volumes in 2023 and 2040.
Thank you very much.
And just wanted to make a clarification too that we are no longer using the 2000 study. That study is terribly outdated.
Thank you. Jim? I have a few questions for you. Where is guest parking?
So this site has 2 off-street spaces per home, which are in the garage. Every home comes with a 2-car garage. And then the end of the 6-pack homes, where there's 6 homes on 1 courtyard, we've written it into our covenants to allow additional parking at the end of those streets, if you will, those courtyards. There's no guest parking provided, other than on the public street.
Okay. You mentioned the Consolidated Development Agreement expiring on 12/31/21. Since the CDA was predicated on the PUD that is here, the zoning document, didn't the PUD also expire on December 31st, 2021, which has a fairly broad definition of mixed use?
No, it did not.
And it was signed, according to Jennifer, and it isn't part of the Consolidated Development Agreement, which is reference is made to the PUD several times in the Consolidated Development Agreement, isn't it?
So if I could just interject here, Michelle Berger, the PUD is the zoning for the property, and it doesn't have an expiration on it. The Consolidated Development Agreement was a contract between the city and the developers as to how infrastructure would be paid for and various other attributes of the development of the property, but the zoning is not tied to the CDA.
And was there an expiration date on the PUD? It was for the life of the land?
So the PUD is the zoning, and until the property is rezoned, it's the zoning.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out why there's such a broad definition of mixed use for Reunion Metro District that isn't applicable in the rest of Commerce City.
So in 2000, a prior city council determined that the Reunion PUD was the appropriate zoning for that property at the time it was annexed into the city.
And is the comp plan a suggestion or is it regulatory?
I'm sorry.
A designated use in the comp plan.
So if I could just ask you a question, how does that apply to the criteria that we're talking about tonight?
It was raised during your presentation by Jim, and so that's appropriate evidence for me to ask a question about.
As Jennifer has indicated, the comp plan is a guidance document, but the PUD zone document is the land use entitlement.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to say to you, may I call you Michelle?
I'd prefer if you referred to me as Ms. Berger, just for the decorum of tonight, but thank you for asking.
Ms. Berger?
Ms. Berger, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you submit a Colorado Open Records Act naming me and asking that I produce any social media or emails beginning November 2nd of 2019 and ending February 2nd, 2022, in which I mentioned Oakwood, Oakwood Homes, Reunion Center, Reunion Metro District, or Reunion?
I'm sorry, how is that relevant to tonight's application?
Well, you raised this earlier. I'm curious, when you did so, whether your intention was to cause me to forfeit my objectivity or to forfeit my vote in this case.
I'm sorry, but I still am struggling to understand how your question about the Open Records Act request is relevant to the approval criteria.
Were you trying to influence the outcome?
I'm sorry, I'm going to abstain from answering the question because I don't think it's relevant to the approval criteria tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Earlier on, I asked a question regarding traffic and if traffic flow was included in the study.
Yes, traffic flow was included in the study, but I guess you'd have to clarify your question, like what kind of flow you're speaking of.
As far as egress from other neighborhoods and how the traffic might back up, I guess?
Yes, it was for sure. We always look at the trips that are generated by the site, and then we assign those to the access points 112th and Chambers. And then we do calculations on the through volumes on 112th and Chambers to get to a future volume. And then we do operational analyses at the intersections, and we determine delays and queue lengths and level of service at those intersections. So that's all included in the traffic study.
Are times of day you typically included in those studies or not?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Times of day?
So yeah, we include an AM peak hour analysis, which is like typically it's like 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning. And then we include a PM peak hour analysis that's like 4:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know which of the three of you would like to answer my questions. We'll start with the school issue. The narrative says you're not dedicating land for a school. It's already been previously done. These students are supposed to go to Turnberry Elementary, which is not in Reunion, supposed to go to Stewart Middle School, which is not in Reunion, and supposed to go to Prairie View High School, which is not even in Commerce City. Is there anything in your development agreement or anything else that will assist in the construction of a new home? Are you going to contribute to the Capital Facility Fee Foundation?
Well, the development agreement is with the city, so there's nothing in there about schools. And I know the Capital Facility Fee Foundation is not a review criteria, but we do have the Reunion Community Foundation, which we are contributing to, as well as all third-party builders that purchase in Reunion. We're putting it into our contracts that they are required to make those contributions.
So it's a requirement for any builder other than Oakwood to contribute to the Reunion Facility Fee Foundation per their desire to build a house in Reunion. However, you're not contributing to the overall betterment of the 27J School District through helping with the construction of a school.
We are contributing to the Reunion Community Foundation as well. Oakwood is.
But again, you're not contributing to 27J for the purpose of school construction.
We're dedicating land through our master plan as they have requested and outlined in prior agreements, but we are not contributing to the optional CFFF. That's correct.
So if you dedicate land, the process by which the school district will be able to fund construction on that land is to go out to voters within the district, which includes residents within Reunion, residents not in Commerce City, residents in Thornton, not unincorporated Adams County, and they will be asked to increase their property taxes or extend payments on bonds to be able to fund a school to meet the demands of the students for which you are going to enter into the school district, correct?
That's how schools are constructed in Colorado, yes.
You brought up the Steed School and $27 million in private financing. Does that include bonds taken out by the Reunion Metro District?
No, that was all privately financed.
Okay. I want to reference this slide. Number 4 complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. Can you explain to me again your definition of intent of the Land Development Code?
Well, I can tell you that the PUD zone document was approved by the city, and therefore that complies with the Land Development Code, and we are in compliance with the PUD zone document. It's a site-specific zoning that was approved legislatively or quasi-judicially by the City Council, I should say.
Okay, great. One of the criteria, though, in addition to being consistent with the PUD zone document, line 4 complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. Again, I'm going to ask, can you please give me your definition of complies with the intent of the Land Development Code?
Let me get some notes.
Jim will be right back.
Well, in general, I mean, the lots, the roads, the utilities, the layout of the subdivision, is designed in a way that is going to meet the intent of the PUD zone document. And so it complies with all applicable city standards with respect to engineering, drainage, traffic, wet utilities from the South Adams Water and Sand District, which is outside of the Land Development Code. But it meets all of the criteria as set forth.
Okay. You didn't put on this slide complies with the criteria of the Land Development Code. You put on here complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. So I'm going to read something. Section 21-4340, MU1 Mixed Use District. Paragraph 1, in little italicized text, purpose and intent. The purpose of the mixed-use district, MU1 district, is to create an environment having urban characteristics within a relatively small area of land through the close proximity of activities and increased social and cultural opportunities. The uses within this district are primarily commercial in nature, and the residential development is incorporated into the retail environment, such as first-floor retail and second-floor residential. That is the purpose and intent of the Land Development Code for a mixed-use district. Can you tell me how this proposal in this final plat meets the intent of the Land Development Code as specified on your slide here, that it is an approval criteria?
Yes, so the PUD zone document is its own zoning district that was approved by the City Council. And within that document, it allows for non-residential and residential uses in the mixed-use zone district. It does not specify minimums of residential or minimums of non-residential land uses that are required in that zone district. So the PUD zone document is its own zoning district and therefore complies with the Land Development Code.
Not disputing anything you said at all. However, we've still not addressed the issue of intent. Your slide says complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. I have read you what the purpose and intent in the Land Development Code is for that style district, and have asked you how you meet the purpose and intent of Section 21-4340 MU1 mixed districts. I get there's a PUD zone out there that says you can put mixed use out there. And it says in the mixed use, you can have this and you can have this, and it doesn't say you have to have that. But you've come to me tonight and showed me this slide with line number 4 saying you comply with the intent of the Land Development Code, and I'm asking how that is possible when the intent clearly states primarily commercial in nature, residential development is incorporated into the retail environment such as first floor retail and second floor residential. How does, regardless of whether or not we meet what the specifications are, how does your development meet the intent of the Land Development Code? As you've said, I need to consider for approval of your development.
So if I could attempt to answer your question. First of all, the PUD has its own intent statement as to the various zone districts within the PUD. And further, the Land Development Code is designed for the orderly development of the city in accordance with the comprehensive plan and the appropriate zone district. So with all due respect, you're talking about the intent of the mixed-use zone district in a straight zone mixed-use zone district, not the PUD mixed-use zone district. So that would be my answer to how we meet the intent of the Development Code. This is being developed in an orderly manner in accordance with all the applicable city requirements.
And I appreciate that attempt to clarify that. Words that I did not read were, unless it's in a PUD. So there's nothing in our Land Development Code that says, you're going to follow this unless we're in a PUD. And again, I'm going to go back to your slide, line number 4, that you've continued to say to me this evening, complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. Nothing in this paragraph says this is accepted if we are going to have a PUD.
So all PUDs are contract zoning for a particular property, and the explicit understanding, and if I need to find the reference in the code, I would have to refer to Jennifer's copy of the code, that is the zoning for the property, and that the otherwise straight zone districts of the city do not apply. So again, with all due respect, you're asking for an application of a zone district definition and intent for a straight zone district of mixed use, as opposed to the zone district of mixed use that was approved in the PUD. And it specifically says in the PUD document that no other, I mean, I can find the language for you, but it talks about the interplay between the city's land development code and the PUD, and to what extent the land development code basically overrides the PUD. And in this case, the zone district definition in the PUD is not overridden either what's allowed or the intent by the zone district definition in the land development code. So and going back to your question, complies with the intent of the land development code. Intent of the land development code is orderly development of the city in compliance with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the zoning for the property, and all the other city's technical requirements. So with all due respect, you're talking about the intent of a zone district, not the intent of the land development code.
Okay, I think we're going to agree to disagree on that. When I look at the map up there and I see tract 7A1, 19.5 acres mixed use, 7A2 mixed use 2.1 acres, 7B1, 7B2, 7E2, and 7E1, they don't say mixed use. They all say residential. So somewhere, whenever a city council was approving this PUD, they said mixed use, yes, that works for us, because mixed use is exactly what it says, mixed use. There's nothing mixed use about 153 homes there. So why would it have been zoned mixed use as part of the PUD?
Because the PUD allows a mixture of uses on that particular property in reference to the needs of the developer at the time it's being developed.
All in keeping with the intent of the land development code.
Orderly development of the property in accordance with the comp plan, the future land use map, and the zoning for the property, as well as the technical requirements of the city.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, so your response just prompted a question. Is there a mixture of uses in this plan?
Is there a mixture of uses in this plan?
Yeah, that you have proposed tonight.
No, there is a mixture of
So there's not-
there is a mixture of allowed uses, and this use is one of the mixture of allowed uses, but there's not.
Right, but by definition, right, mix is more than one. And there's not even a mix of residential uses in this plan. It's a singular use, which to me is not with the spirit of the intent of the PUD.
So we've had this conversation previously, and I understand your concerns about how a mixed-use zone district could be allowed to have just one type of use, but as defined in the PUD, a mixed-use zone district can have just one type of use out of, I'll just call it, the variety of uses that are allowed by right. This is an allowed use by right in the PUD in this area, because the mixed-use zone district allows a variety of types of uses in this location.
And going back to the criteria, it speaks to the intent. And is that consistent with the intent?
There is an intent statement in the PUD. I don't have a copy.
Please
of
read
the
it for
PUD in
us
front of me.
then.
Pardon me?
Can you please read it for us?
I'll have to get a copy of the PUD.
While we wait on that, I have a couple other questions concerning the development agreement that was done. There's 6 different streets, I believe, that I counted up. There's some landscaping work that needs to be done. Total, per the development agreement, I totaled about $2,085,000 in order to do that work. My first question on that would be, what is the financing mechanism for that $2 million in public improvements that need to be done?
Well, Oakwood will be providing the surety for those improvements to the city as soon as the development agreement is executed by all parties.
Okay, but the cost of it, the $2,085,000 that is going to be acquired through doing that work, is that going to be done through developer advance? Is that going to be done through bonds? Is that part of the $44 million in bonds that Oakwood and Reunion Metro District financed in 2021? What actually is going to pay that $2,085,000?
Well, all I can say today is that Oakwood will be providing the surety for that. Now, it is in North Range Metro District number 3, and if there are funds left over in that district from bond issuances that have not been used for regional improvements, then some of those improvements would be eligible for us to request reimbursement from North Range Metro District number 3.
But North Range Metro Districts don't issue bonds, correct?
North Range Metro District 3 did issue bonds in November of 2020.
And how much did they issue those bonds in the matter of?
Off the top of my head, I believe it was around 36 million.
Okay. Of that 36 million, there's 153 homes here. I imagine there are other homes within North Range Metro District number 3 that are on the hook for paying that $36 million back?
Yes, so it's all of filing 37, which is about 465 homes, which included contributions to 112th Avenue as well as Mobile Street and landscaping. And then it also includes Reunion Ridge, which had $26 million worth of public improvements.
Okay. You mentioned in your thing as far as the development agreement that the development agreement took care of all the public improvements required. However, as we've heard this evening, there were some public improvements that were unfortunately omitted from the development agreement. So therefore, the development agreement does not take care of all the required public improvements as specified by your own engineer, correct?
No, I don't agree with that. The development agreement that we were asked to prepare by the city staff, we were required to prepare 2 exhibits. Exhibit B was for non-landscaping public improvements, and then a landscaping exhibit, which is roughly the $2 million you referenced. This is the first we are hearing that public improvements would be required on Chambers, and I'm still not clear that they are. It sounds to me like we could pay traffic impact fees and accommodate that. We could also continue the planning for Chambers Road and maybe enter into an IGA with the city for those improvements. But tonight was the first night I was heard that we did not meet all of the requirements for the development agreement in the exhibits that we provided and has been signed off by staff.
You had something you wanted to follow up for Councilmember Madera?
I do. Before I read from the Reunion PUD, I just want to bring us back to what this criteria really says. You know, these are shorthand up there, complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. The actual criteria, this is D. The general layout of lots, roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision is designed in a way that minimizes the amount of land disturbance.
I was speaking of criteria B.
What are you looking at?
Criteria B.
Subdivision, oh, I'm sorry, you're looking at B. I believe that the mayor was referring to D. So criteria B is the subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zone district in which it is located. So again, that's the difference between the intent of the Land Development Code, which if I could just continue reading that a minute, I think it's important to get to the mayor's question, and then I'll come back to your question. D talks about minimizes the amount of land disturbance, maximizes the amount of open space in the development, preserves existing trees, vegetation, riparian areas, and otherwise accomplishes the purposes and intent of this land development code as to these items, general layout, riparian areas, and so forth. To your question about the intent of the specific zoning district, and again, this is the zoning district in the PUD. The introduction says, the purpose of this section is to establish general provisions and clarify standards and requirements for development within, at that point it was called the Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD. Due to the size of land area contained within the PUD, over 3,100 acres, and the corresponding long-term build-out that is anticipated, a rather broad range of densities has been proposed for each land use parcel. These ranges will allow a variety of housing products in keeping with the city's desire to have mixed densities and housing types. In addition to promoting land use and density flexibility, ranges will accommodate housing product, land planning, marketing, and technological changes well into the future. So that was the intent of this PUD, to be flexible as to land uses and densities throughout the area. And that's
Is that
why you
specific
see
to the mixed-use zone district?
the mixed-use zone district.
Yeah, I believe that's the definition we're looking for here. And whether it's consistent with the intent.
I'll let Jim answer some more questions, and I'll see if there's an exact intent statement as to the mixed-use zone district.
All right, we'll go ahead and address that during your opportunity for rebuttal. I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. Mr. Gibson, I don't know if we have anybody that is still online that is kept with us. I do believe that the first people that were supposed to speak virtually was going to be David Pauly.
That's correct, Mayor. I believe we have about 12 minutes left of our automatic time of adjournment.
Alright.
If we could get another extension, by my account, we have about 39 minutes worth of public comment if everybody takes their full 3 minutes.
All right, I need another motion to extend. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor
I
signify by
had some
saying aye.
discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to propose that we switch the agenda to let the people who are in attendance speak first, and then go to the people who are online.
I don't think that's actually an agenda change, but we can make that happen. Okay. Have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And we are extended until 1:10 a.m. All right. Next up to speak is going to be Youngjin Kim.
Good evening, Craig Kim, 10856 Idalia Street, Commerce City. I'm here today to address Final Plat 38 and the concerns I have as a citizen living in Reunion. As you may be aware, this is just one plot of land that developers are looking to build additional housing complexes, which will increase our community size. While this may just be one small plot, this has an effect on the entire Reunion community. It is my request that City Council vote against this build out and to pause all other housing development projects until the issues of our roadways, sidewalks, trail systems, bike lanes are addressed, because Final Plat 38 will have a negative impact if it is approved. I am not asking developers to cancel housing projects, but instead take a pause, as we need to address the infrastructure issues and overall safety of the community to the maximum extent feasible. Roadways with adequate lighting must be expanded in a way that it does not impact or cause undue financial stress on existing and future residents. Therefore, we need to expand our infrastructure before building additional homes. For example, Chambers Road between 104th and 112th should be expanded from 2 to 4 lanes, including adequate sidewalks for pedestrians, safety, as well as this is a well-traveled area. Additionally, we need recreational activities to be provided to our overall community to be put in place prior to adding more homes. We need more parks and places where we can go for our existing homeowners. Furthermore, I would request City Council relook at the Consolidated Development Agreement to modify the information within to identify strict timelines for our recreational activities and roadways to be completed first, and ensure this will not affect or provide a financial hardship on Commerce City homeowners. There are many PUDs that it appears more houses are being developed without any form of businesses to build revenue in Commerce City. It is my request that there are no more PUDs for future development, but instead rezoned into their respective wards for City Council to decide on. New homes continue to be built by developers who make false promises and instead gain profits. Where is our reunion center promise that was made back in 2019? Reunion area is in dire need of more businesses similar to the Prairie Shopping Center in Brighton. These businesses would generate revenue for Commerce City and ease the burden of taxes of Reunion homeowners. These days, Commerce City feels like it caters to the developers over the homeowners who actually reside here. Finally, I respectfully request City Council members who have voted in favor of the developer on many land use cases to be recused from being able to vote to receiving campaign contributions and developers and lobbyists such as from Pharisee Government Relations, David Cole, and Brock Chapman from Shuck Community. In addition to all land use case matters, I would request these be brought up to City Council in a public forum for voting in the future. This may be fun for Oakwood, as mentioned by their attorney during the Planning Commission, but not for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Does anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, and we will move on to Rachel Ng.
Hi, my name's Rachel Ng. I live at 15461 Fairway Drive. I live 305 feet away from this project, and I'm asking you to seriously consider my opposition to this development plan, as it will directly affect my family and my home. Criteria F1 says the subdivision will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties. This is not true. My home will absolutely be adversely affected by building high-density housing within 305 feet of my home. The proposed plan by Oakwood does not align with the other homes in the gallery along the golf course. I'm asking that Oakwood be required to go back to the drawing board and build comparable homes similar to the ones they will be adjacent to. I actually really liked your idea, Ben. So with the stores on the bottom and housing on top, that would be really fun. Criteria F1 says that the subdivision will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on traffic conditions. By adding homes and traffic without first updating Chambers Road, we will be looking at more devastating crashes like the one we saw in our community on February 25th that took the lives of 4 teenagers and injured 4 others, or the accident that occurred on March 3rd at the intersection of Chambers and 120th, or the other accident that happened on March 5th at the intersection of Chambers and 112th. 3 serious accidents in 10 days along the very roads that we would be adding traffic to with these homes is alerting us to a serious and significant issue of public safety. I was able to go to lunch with one of my friends, Dr. Fiddler, last Wednesday, and I talked to him about how he felt about the school system. And so we talked for over 2 hours about all the different things that were coming up. And he says, we do have currently enough seats for the children. He says that currently they're projecting that they'll have enough seats for approximately 36 to 60 months. But that's based on normal growth, normal home building patterns. At the rate at which we're building homes in our area, he's really concerned that if we continue to accelerate this timeframe, that the timeframe of having enough seats in the schools will significantly decrease. We have enough land, according to Dr. Fiddler, to build schools on, but like was mentioned before, we need bonds and mills in order to build the schools and pay teachers to teach at the schools. That's all I have. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and patience this evening. Next up will be Georgianne Becker.
Georgianne Becker, 16111 Fairway Drive. I submitted detailed written comments found in your agenda packets. I made in-person comments at the February 10 public hearing. I addressed in these detailed comments significant adverse effects of the proposed high-density cluster project under criteria D, F, G, and I of the Land Development Code. But they seem to have been ignored as part of this process because staff and others kind of check the boxes and don't think outside the lines, really. An example, I did read that traffic study, and I'm glad that a lot of people are questioning that. I read it before the Planning Commission meeting. I heard some different things countered here, but in my reading of that traffic study, which was the developer's traffic study, there was no evaluation of Chambers Road from 120th South to 104th, which is really what it should have been. It was an exclusive evaluation of Chambers. It did not evaluate Heartland, and I urge all of you, if you ever want to be in a sedan and try to make a left out onto Chambers at 7:30 in the morning or 4:30 in the afternoon, that was, and Heartland wasn't even evaluated. And although the traffic engineer said something different here tonight, if you read the words of that traffic study, it does base its assumptions and projections on a traffic study that is over 22 years old. And we know that 22 years ago, people didn't have as many cars as they have, et cetera. And there's no representation in that written traffic study that those assumptions and projections are still valid and they need to be reevaluated. My main point is going to be, you, the city council, you're the controller, you have the controller, and you can postpone this. You don't have to enter into this development agreement tonight. You don't have to adopt this approving resolution tonight, as opposed to hitting the pause button and looking at some of the things that are already in your website. The fact that filing 39 and 40 are right across the street, and they've already filed their final plat stuff. And of course, they filed it before the expiration of the consolidated development agreement. I'm assuming, hoping to be grandfathered. If you count the stuff that's in there, it's 274 additional homes right in the southwestern corner. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your time and your patience being with us tonight. Next up will be Danelle Kalsovic. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Danelle Kalsovic, and I currently live in the gallery at the Reunion, 15421 Fairway Drive. I'm also a very new resident to Commerce City. We've just lived here a year, and we moved from the far eastern plains into the city. We did a little opposite of what most people have done. But we are also here representing a group of us for the Residents for Intentional Development, our concerns plus my family's, because we personally will look out our windows towards the 17th and 18th holes of the golf course and the proposed filing 38. I know there are many things to consider regarding this filing, and that's up to this vote this evening. There are numerous grievances that are being presented here regarding this, and I hope that you'll be willing to evaluate all of these before you make a decision. To touch on a first of the few that are being presented, the grievances about outdated agreements, traffic studies, numerous promises by home builders that have either been minimally met or not at all. I don't know even where to begin with all the processes and procedures that go into your city planning, and I don't assume to even know that. But what I do know is that according to the website and this 9-member team, your vision is to establish for this city to set the goals to achieve that vision and enact the laws that govern residents. And the key word here is residents. If this is true, then we as the residents of Commerce City and the affected community members expect that the mayor and the city council will keep our future residents' best interests in mind and not the developers. I would ask that you take this opportunity to hit the pause and reconsider approval of this development for the project. I'm not against development, but what I do want to understand is what is to be proposed for that corner seems to not fit that location. If it is slated for 153 three-story cluster homes on that site, I'm confused how you would see that this is a good plan for one of the most prominent corners of the Buffalo Run Golf Course, which is owned by the city. If any of you go to the golf course at all and you've ever eaten at the Bison Grill, you know that by putting this development there, you're no longer going to see that view of the mountains. You'll see a parking lot and some houses. And if you try to pull out onto 112th or Chambers, it will be a daunting task at the least. With that many more homes there, you will potentially add a minimum of the 306 cars, and I'm not even going to go into this study because you guys have done the debates there. If you have any children or grandchildren, could you have confidence and tell them that they'll be able to go to a local school? What about the fire and police responsibilities and emergency teams in that community? These are all just a few of our concerns that we want to share with you tonight. I would ask that you tell us how you think this type of crowded, expansive development is a benefit to this area, its residents, and how you can take this on. I would like to thank you for your time and your consideration in this process.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and again for your patience this evening. Next will be Anthony Stellato.
Good evening, council. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but something came up. My name is Anthony Stellato, 16659 East 106 Place, and I'm proud of our community. I've lived here since 2004. I've seen the community grow and transform. I've participated in parts of the growth, but I was never upset with any of the direction until recently. I am glad that we have our 2 members that were going to be voted on. We're not recused tonight. Thank you for representing us. I do agree that the Reunion subdivision, the 83 subdivision filing, will tax an already stressed infrastructure. Schools are very taxed right now. My kids go to 27J. My adult kids go out of 27J because it's a better school district because it's not as taxed, has more money. But really, the issue that I have right now is Chambers. If you were to go south on Chambers from 112th, you do get into a bottleneck where it's a 2-lane road. And I don't think we should consider any development of this type until that's resolved. And if you go north, you do have the bottleneck, which was not addressed, making a left turn onto 120th, which is going west. Both of those directions are taxed. I understand that $13,500 is less than $15,000 for daily usage, but I haven't really heard much talk about peak time travel, which is probably, in my mind, a consideration. One last thing I want to remind or go over is I did hear Ms. Berger say tonight that land is coded mixed use for the needs of the developer. I really think it should be the needs of the community. And I just want to also say that I moved here, it was a Shea community. There were a lot of promises that were made that recently these promises are changing. And I'm not seeing planned community facilities going in. They're talk about changing them to other things where I guess money could be made, I guess. So I don't trust Oakwood for future promises if they're talking about giving land to the school district and stuff. I'd like to see it in writing first. Thank you much.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your patience this evening. Next up will be Justin Schulwitz.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. My name is Justin Schulwitz. I live at 16070 Fairway Drive, Commerce City, in the Gallery at Reunion HOA area. I just want to touch on a few points regarding the filing. I don't want to repeat myself because everyone else has already said a lot of the same things I was going to say. But like it was noted, I believe that the traffic study was too narrowly focused, inadequate, and out of date. I believe the city needs to start considering more regional impacts too, more so down Tower Road and other adjacent areas. Just anecdotally, I know I've been living in Reunion since about 2016, and when I commute down to near Buckley Air Force Base, it used to take me about 25 minutes. Now it's taking me between 35 and 50 minutes, depending on the day and time. And most of that time is added just simply getting out of the neighborhood, trying to take a left onto Chambers out of Heartland Drive, and going down Tower. So I believe we need to start considering wider regional traffic impacts and start looking at bigger deal issues with traffic. Another thing I wanted to touch base on was the land development code, and specifically there is a section 16.1 under the Parks and Recreation title that states, and I'm paraphrasing, that it is the city's it is the city council's authority for planning to preserve or conserve scenes, open space, and vistas of public interest. And I believe this is also including the golf course, which we all know is an asset to the community and to the city. And building these 3-story cluster homes will absolutely destroy the mountain view. And my family likes going to Bison Grill on a frequent basis and looking out on the patio, looking at the mountains. And know that will be obstructed, and that will kind of ruin that for us and all other citizens of the community. And my last couple points are a little bit more just as a concerned citizen. We live kind of in a food desert where we are at. Whenever I go to King Soopers, there's almost nothing on the shelves whenever I go shop there. So I've given up on that, and I've started going to Brighton, and that hurts the city because it was my tax dollars, and I have to drive 20 minutes to go grocery shopping. And then the last section I wanted to touch on was developer accountability. I know Oakwood has made numerous promises to our community in writing to me when I was buying my house, which is an Oakwood home, that they would be building Reunion Center well in depth by the end of 2021. They gave me they said they were going to work on the ice house, the bowling alley, the Grange, and they said this in writing to me when I purchased my house, and they're not living up to these promises. So if they can't even honor their existing promises, I don't think we should allow them to continue development until they can own up to what they've already said they're going to do. I think that's all I got.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your patience this evening. Next up will be Phil Baca.
Afternoon, Mayor, or I guess it's good morning maybe, Mayor and Council. My name's Phil Baca. I live at 15441 Fairway Drive. I've lived there since 2008, probably one of the oldest residents there. My house is probably the closest to the new development. And I do take exception, and I'm not going to try to repeat everything everybody else said. I do take exception to the fact that this has no adverse effect on my property. I guess it doesn't have an adverse effect if it's not your property, but I'll be looking at the new construction there if it goes up. It certainly will affect my view. I know I've been told more than once that we have no right to a view. Well, it's one of the reasons I bought that house, because of the beautiful view and the beautiful golf course. And I get to see people tee off at the 17th tee box there from my backyard. But I do want to mention just a couple of other things that comes to my mind, and that's really about public safety. Public safety regarding fire safety and regarding police services. I've spent 37 years of my life in public safety as a police officer and also as an attorney. But one of the main concerns that I have really is a concern that came up with the Boulder fires, the wildfire situation. It could easily happen here. The way we're constructing our residential areas, the manner of the density that's we've created, if we do have a fire, it's going to burn everything down. I mean, if you saw that with the Marshall fire, and they don't nearly have half the density we have here in Commerce City. So it's one of the concerns that I do have. I also have a concern with, the crime rates. Basically, in law enforcement, there's a theory of crime prevention through environmental design, and I don't think we're meeting that goal. I don't know that we have a subject matter expert with the police department, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about our police department or fire department, but I think it's one of the things we have to look at when we're building a community. How are we building the community in terms of public safety, street design, lighting, landscaping, and crime prevention? I think it's those things we have to look at. I think I know when population density goes up, crime's going to go up. Auto theft's going to go up. Auto break-ins will go up. Domestic violence goes up. Trespassing goes up, and assaults go up. What are we doing in this community? I mean, if you look at Montbello, if you look at Green Valley Ranch, they have overbuilt. Everything is too close. And look at the density and what that density has done to the crime rates. It is out of this world if you just look at the crime rates. We live in a democratic society. If this question was posed to our voters, it would not pass. But even though we live in that democratic society, we don't get to vote on everything that we would like to. And because of that, we elect representatives to do our voting for us. And you are our representatives. And we hope that you take into consideration our feelings as residents and the commitment we've made to this community in terms of our economic endeavors and sending our children to school here. And I hope that you will vote on our behalf, not on the behalf of Oakwood or Shea or other builders, but really take our thoughts and our considerations to heart. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and for your patience this evening. Mr. Douglas, for your hat trick.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway. And I just want to start out with consolidated agreement that expired back on the 17th. And this filing 38 had a lot to do with that when it comes to not paying the fee in lieu of parks or schools, because with that in the CDA, it allowed them, as far as the golf course, using that as adequate space that was given to alleviate paying for parks in school as far as in lieu of. Number 7, as far as 7A and 7B, and they said that the other side of the golf course homes were tied into this development. Well, that means that those kids in that 7 actually go to Reunion Elementary School. And they have 2 modulars. If these kids are going to go to Turnberry, they already have 2 modulars already. That means they're going to have more modulars over there on that side. So when you look at the criteria, I go with D, E, F, and G. D, the general layout. I'm looking at right now currently what's already been built. If you go and you look at those current cluster homes with the 4 layouts, the one drive up, they have no basements, so those garages are full. Not all of them, but some are. So people are actually parking in front of their garages, not inside, but in front of their garages. And they're parking on the street on both sides. So, and that's over there on that side. But over here, you're going to be locked in. So that design for the layout will not work. There's just too much. It's too dense. The subdivision does not comply as well. Same thing with as far as pattern, that's with E. F, parking, traffic conditions, same thing. G, like I said, that deals with the schools and adequate as far as recreation. And when you when you're a master developer, what you want to do is put amenities in because you're building homes. You're not relying on the city, you're relying on your built out in the ancillary that was not done in the master plan when it comes to retail and commercial source. Mixed use is not use by right. Mixed use, you can look it up. It's commercial, residential, mix with retail. So, you know, this no use by right deal, that worked down on there, well, it shouldn't have worked on 104th. And the other development, Reunion Ridge, so don't kick the can down the road. So I understand the position you guys are in, and look at your future. What will this look like 20 years from now? So that's what you have to look at, is when you're not here, the decision you make right now will have a huge impact 20 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for your time this evening. I'm looking for a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Noble?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment of the meeting by 30 minutes. I know this is going on forever, but we do still need to capture what we're going to do about the bond refinance, and that has to be done tonight. So until we get this through, we're going to have to go there. So that being said, is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Do you have discussion? Good.
I'd like to find a way to expedite to get to that point. I start work in 5 hours.
Me too. Councilmember Noble? No, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right. David Pauly, are you still on the line?
David, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you for yet another extension. David Polly, 18029 East 99th Place. I've been up for about 21 hours as well, so I appreciate everyone else's commitment to this morning. At the February 10th meeting, Mr. Hayes said that this project is, quote, not just a subdivision. This is a neighborhood within a master planned community. Later, he said, quote, we are truly looking at the entire community as a master plan, trying to address all the potential impacts from each one of these neighborhoods we are bringing online, end quote. It's a sentiment that is echoed many times about regional benefits of what Oakwood is doing at this and other meetings and in their advertisements that they are putting out on social media. They went on to talk about tracking down where residents' comments were coming from and finding that 87% of them came from outside of that 300-foot area, and then expressed surprise when they were referred to public comment and that there was regional feedback from residents that were within the entire community that Mr. Hayes referenced earlier. The perception is that these attitudes are contradictory and hypocritical, and Oakwood Homes seems to be talking out both sides of their mouth. On one side, during these proceedings, they're happy to talk about how the CDA will be of use and all the good they have done in the past, resting on their laurels, and how they are, again, quote, truly looking at the entire community, end quote, right up until that entire community gives their feedback, especially outside of any 300-foot immediate impact area, where we are then Googled in an effort to negate regional resident opinions. They talk about what they do for the neighborhood, but don't want neighborhood feedback in kind, and then try to silence the voices of the very people we elect to represent us and act in our best interest. They ask that you respectfully approve this application, but don't show respect to the residents in turn. This is not helping the good community partner and neighbor issue that I have been discussing these past weeks. This attitude towards the citizens and our representatives must improve before the residents have any faith in Oakwood going forward. And I sincerely hope that Oakwood will think about this before the city town hall and not just the town hall that they are organizing. Thank you very much. I hope you all get back to bed soon.
Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Carol Ramsey.
Carol, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Carol in the meeting.
All right, Nicole Babiak.
Nicole, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. I really do not. Everyone else has pretty much spoken and said most of the things that I wanted to say, especially considering Oakwood Homes has really emphasized the fact that this is supposed to be a master plan community and they care about the greater area, and yet they dismiss anyone who's outside that 300-foot impacted area. Additionally, the animosity that I'm hearing in their responses when the council is asking very serious questions because they are listening to their constituents causes concern about really, obviously, their developers, and I know that they're interested in number one, but it is a concern when they do talk about master plan community and caring about making it, good for the whole of the residents. And the last thing I'll say, because we're all really tired, is that, I've only been on a few city council meetings that I've listened to you talk. And honestly, council, you really do talk about listening to your constituents. And I know that you appreciate our feedback, and I appreciate you listening. You've also had discussion around PUDs and kind of how loose they are and how general they get to be. And you've also talked about passing motions and looking at development in Commerce City and the areas around it from a holistic point of view. So I'm just encouraging you to take that advice and listen to yourselves as well, and know that we did elect you to listen to us and to believe in your constituents, and just take a pause. Don't approve this. I don't know the legal terminology, but take a pause and take that advice, and we support you. We elected you to help us be the best community we can be, and by taking a pause, I think that is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this evening, for staying with us. Next up will be Tina Thatcher.
Tina, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Tina Thatcher. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Tina in the meeting.
Ramon Alvarado.
Ramon, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. Just wanted to make a few comments and a couple questions. I think some of the residents are getting a little bit impatient with Oakwood in terms of what they have promised to the residents. I don't feel like they're working in lockstep with the community of building homes and also planned community. I know Oakwood Homes was bought back in 2017 by Clayton Homes, which in 2020 reported about $8.6 billion in revenue and reported about $1.25 billion in pre-tax. So it's not a money issue why they can't move forward with promise or holding up to the promises of building on the amenities that they promised to the residents. The other thing I wanted to point out was in regard to criteria F, the subdivision. In I, it says we will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect. But then II, it says any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated. I'm wondering why II is needed when when I is not going to happen. So I'm just kind of curious as to what adverse effects have been, what have happened already. The other thing I want to point out is views do make a difference. And I live on South Lawn, and I used to run, or I still run Landmark and 104th. Now I remember running on Landmark going north, and I used to see the mountains. Now with those apartments being built, I miss seeing some of those views. I also go golfing over Bison Ridge. And I think some of those views are also very important to keep intact. This is what's going to define our city, that we have some great views and they're not just cluttered with homes. And lastly, I didn't want to bring this up, but I feel like I need to, is that the comments about Ms. Berger asking to recurse some council members because they are really educating or trying to educate the citizens. I kind of take offense to that because a lot of the council members I don't agree with, but at the same time, I'm not going to ignore what they're trying to say. And a lot of the citizens here are very educated. They do the research and they could think for themselves. I just wonder if the council member was promoting Oakwood, whether she had the same passion to recurse them as well. So with those comments, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Alvarado? Seeing none, thank you again for your time, for your patience this evening. Next up will be Brian Parkinson.
Brian, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, Brian.
Great, thank you. First of all, I can't believe this is hour 7, but I'm still here. That's how much I care about the community. I've lived in Reunion. I live at 10670 Nuclear Court since 2010 at this point. So second owner of the home. Remember when the gallery had no houses back there and had a full view of the mountains. I've watched the entire golf course get encased with homes. I'd say it's overdeveloped already as it is. We've had promises in the past based on town centers and amenities and entertainment. You need to have more commercial in the area. And I think, first of all, I just dropped into commercial, but the thing I want to say, because it's late, is that I disagree with the whole Plat 38. I think you should take a pause. The roads definitely need improvement. There's way too much traffic as it is to make a left or a right. I agree with everyone that's talked about all the problems in the area, the lack of resources, the constraints on our children, that are going to be affected by all this. People have more than one kid in families, and there's a lot of kids in this area. So we definitely need another school. We need to address all the resources that we are constrained upon today. I just ask that you consider that and, maybe put some more entertainment into the area, get the Reunion Center going. You will have a much better community when you have a community that is actually involved with each other in person. We're getting to a point where we're going to be back in person, seeing people, thank God, from the pandemic seems to be minimizing. And, it's time to act in the neighborhood and make it what it can be. More entertainment, more jobs for local youth, the Reunion Center, baseball fields, sports, positive culture, community. There's a lot of things that can be done here rather than just develop homes. We already have too many homes as it is. And I just wanted to yield the rest of my time and let you know, I appreciate you're taking all of the questions from everybody and really thinking hard about this and having us in mind is, I think, of the utmost importance. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you again for your time and your patience this evening. We'll call on Ellen Hwag.
Ellen, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Yes, thank you for hearing my comments this evening. Just as an FYI, I did get a card for the February meeting, but I did not receive any card for the current meeting. The cluster homes do not fit into the landscape of the area. As you look north, you see townhomes. To the east is the golf course. South is the golf course. And to the back 9. I have observed the cluster homes over by the coffee shop in 104th. What I have observed is during the times, you can't even go down the street. 2 cars cannot even go down the street because so many cars are parked there on the side. And I worry about the people that have more than 2 cars. That's where they're parking. Because when you when the councilman was talking about the visitors parking, there is no visitors parking there. So what do? Is they park on the street. And my concern is I live in the Greens and we have very limited visitor parking as it is. And once these people are looking for parking for their 3rd and 4th car, they're going to be headed across the street. And I know that they will walk that far. And the other thing is the intersection. Chambers is a major intersection, and I hear all the things that have been said tonight about Chambers and the area, and I believe that that is true. I think that sometimes we look at the criteria And I've listened to that presentation today, and you meet all the criteria. However, what I see about the criteria and what really is happening in the area will be two different things. And so you talk about 35 feet. I don't want to necessarily be looking out into a cluster of homes. And I also agree with the speaker that talked about the fires in Marshall fires. That worries me as well. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you staying with us this morning. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move to the last speaker, who is Dawn Berlinski-Gibbs.
Dawn, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Dawn in the meeting.
Okay, do you have written comments submitted on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, all written comments received by the deadline were incorporated into the updated agenda packet published yesterday afternoon.
Thank you very much. We'll give an opportunity for Oakwood to come back and rebut before we close the public hearing.
Thank you. So in acknowledgement of the late hour, I think all we'll do is just address the intent issue. So in the current land development code, it talks about zone districts, and it talks about how the zone district is to reflect the predominant character of the development and the current or intended use of the area. And in the PUD, it determines the intended use of the area and the zone district by density and various types of uses. So in addition to the introductory paragraph, there's a paragraph that states that on the development plan, each parcel is designated with a zone district label. The zone district has been selected to accommodate the land use and or housing product type most likely to occur within an individual parcel over the life of the project. And then there's further tables that indicate what types of uses could be in each zone district and the maximum densities. So for instance, in the mixed use, you could have everything from agricultural to fuel sales with no vehicle repair. So again, it's a mixture of uses that could be needed over the life of the development, and in accordance, I did say with the developer's needs, but the developer's needs reflect the community's demands. And so if there's a demand for a certain type of housing, like the cluster homes, which Oakwood is indicating there is, then that would be an appropriate use of this property in accordance with the intent document. And then there's also some density tables. I think Jennifer spoke about those, and we're well within the density tables. In fact, we're at the low end of high density. Any request to have us use this property for, I think I've heard, a 1/4 acre, that truly would not be with the intent of high density residential. So with that, unless there's any questions, I'm concluding my remarks. And again, we believe the application meets all the approval criteria and would respectfully request you to approve the application.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any follow-up questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. I apologize, but all my peers up here have had an opportunity to go to the restroom while this public hearing was going on, and I have not, so I'm going to exit, and we will reconvene in about 3 minutes. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience in that. We have about 22 minutes, so I hope we can get through this as quickly as possible. Before we start taking up any votes, I do have a question I'd like to follow up with the city attorney. The developer agreement and the language that is within the development agreement, does it meet the criteria for this project?
It is my understanding from staff at this point that based upon facts that came out during the public hearing, that they no longer believe that development agreement is sufficient to address the necessary public improvements. But I think maybe that either the director or the staff can speak to that issue more specifically.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Matt. So as it currently stands, the development agreement, as staff noted, omits various language or requirements for public improvements. Therefore, it is deficient as it relates to meeting that criteria, causing issues with being able to provide a recommendation of support as it currently stands. So that leaves council with basically that recommendation from a staff perspective as it ties into the criteria, or as it informs your final decision tonight, if taken so, or continuing the item to allow for staff and the applicant to cure the omissions within the development agreement.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Does anybody on council have any questions regarding that statement? Seeing none, let's move on to the Planning Commission findings and recommendations. Looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-776-20-22. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
I have a motion to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission on case S-776-20-22. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
That same development agreement existed when the Planning Commission made their decision?
Yes, it did.
So why would we be accepting the findings of the Planning Commission?
I believe the differentiation here is that you're accepting the work that they did and what their recommendations were, but you're not adopting their findings or their recommendation. I think that's the differentiation here that is being made in the record based on the motion.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I was simply going to say that they can only make their judgment based off of what was presented to them at that day. If it needs to come back with new information, then we would have to accept it a second time.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will not support this motion. Unfortunately, the information that was presented to the Planning Commission was not fully known as it is this evening, and so therefore I do not think that we should be accepting their recommendations and findings given the fact that they did not have complete information at the time of their vote. I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-776-20-22. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
I believe we're going to go 8-1, or is that 7-2, Councilmember Hurst?
I just have a question.
8-1, okay. You want to ask your question before we move on to the next one?
Mr. Hayter, this is the very first time in more than 3 years that we've had this situation. Can you please talk about the process in which is available to us?
The process available to you in regards to what, sir?
Well, we're not accepting the Planning Commission's findings based off of a legal process. I agree with the mayor that they didn't have full information based off of what we just heard. But I still don't understand the legal process to get it back in front of them if we take the action.
Well, certainly, the council could move to remand this case back to Planning Commission if they so desired. But I would also keep in mind, because this is a plat, their recommendation is strictly advisory and doesn't necessarily have the legal meaning that it would if this was a zoning case. So their recommendation is not necessary for your determination tonight, but it is part of the public hearing process. So when this case was referred up through the public hearing process, it was a necessary step.
I think the simple way of stating that is don't get wrapped around the axle. Okay, at this time, I'm looking for a motion regarding Resolution 2022-14. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to continue resolution dash, let me get to the right number. Resolution dash 2022-14 to allow for a reworking of this proposal to come back to council at a later time.
I have a motion to continue Resolution 2022-14 to a later time. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
I guess it'd be a conditional second. It's just a general motion. Are we going to put a timetable on this? Are we going to put requirements on what needs to be worked on? Or are we going, I mean, if we get detailed, I guess I could second that, but without further detail, I just want to make sure.
Councilmember Grimes?
I would refer to staff on timing and what's appropriate and what is needed. I'm happy to put a date on it. I'm not certain what makes sense. And then as far as specifics, I would point to traffic concerns as what needs to be addressed.
I anticipate that there's probably a willing participant in the applicant to address those matters and get back in front of the council. So I would say to a period of no later than April 4th.
Councilmember Hurst? That's it? I don't think. Okay, so I have a motion to continue this item till April 4th. Looking for a second. Not have a second at this time, therefore the motion to continue to April 4th fails. Do I have another motion? Okay, it doesn't appear that people want to take action on this. Councilmember Ford?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Have a motion to deny. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
I'll second.
Okay, it is my understanding per language that has been delivered to me from the city attorney that a motion to deny, if approved, would require written findings to be associated with it. So, Mr. Ford, I will open this up to you on 5 different criteria to include in that. One is the subdivision is not consistent with the PUD zone document and that it fails to comply with the mixed-use zoning designation. 2 is the subdivision does not implement the intent of the PUD zoning district. 3 is the subdivision will result in undue adverse effects on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, and public improvements as they presently exist. 4 is there are inadequate schools available to serve the subject property. Or 5 is the development agreement, though previously believed to be adequate by staff, fails to address the required public improvements related to the intersection at East 110th Place and Chambers.
3 and 4.
3 and 4. Have a motion and have a motion to deny based on the subdivision will result in undue adverse effects on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, and public improvements as they presently exist, and there are inadequate schools available to serve the subject property. Councilmember Noble, you seconded. Are you in agreement with that?
Sorry, my mind went away at 2 a.m. Bring it back for me. Tell me what
the motion is to deny based on the fact that the subdivision will result in undue adverse effects on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, and public improvements as they presently exist, and that there are inadequate schools available to serve the subject property. Do you still second?
I'm sorry, reading it fast for me isn't helping. Are you doing each of the criteria?
No, I'm not. I have 5 criteria that I've read off.
What?
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second it as read.
Thank you. Have a motion and second to deny this application based on the fact that the subdivision will result in undue adverse effects on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, and public improvements as they presently exist, and there are inadequate schools available to serve the subject property. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Apologize for leaving my hand up. I have nothing further.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief, but I just want to make a couple comments. I appreciate all of you being here tonight and hanging with us until 1:30 in the morning. I know that I have a reputation for being on the side of the developer, and I just want you all to know I am on the side of the resident and the community, and we have more residents to consider than just those who show up to give public comment. And so in the back of my mind, I have to consider what you all bring to us, as well as what I hear in the community and what other residents who elected me to be here would want as well. And so while I am in support of this motion to deny tonight, I wanted to make a comment because I know that there's a perception about how I interact with development and how I feel about development, and know that it weighs heavy on my mind how we move forward with each and every one of these filings. And I want to do what's right for this community. And you're not always going to agree with me on that, and that's okay. But know that I have good intentions. And if you ever have questions about my intentions, please call me. I'm happy to take calls from anybody, anytime.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis.
All right, motion to deny is approved unanimously, 9-0. Okay, at this time, thank you, please. We still have business to conclude, please. Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to amend the agenda so that the only item we continue with is ordinance number,
I believe you're looking for 2376, Mayor.
2376. Councilmember Hurst.
Motion to amend agenda as stated.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to push off anything that is not ordinance 2376 to the next council meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Tinklenberg, we have 9 minutes to get this approved.
So basically, this authorizes city council or the city to issue, refinance the existing 2K bonds and issue the additional 35 million of bonds. Are there any questions that we can answer?
Anybody on council have any questions for staff regarding ordinance 2376? Councilmember Grimes.
When we discussed this previously, I think, wasn't there a request to see additional proposals for options? I don't want to belabor this. I just want to make sure that I understand what we requested and what we're actually voting on tonight.
Tonight approves the documents. It does not commit on specific projects for spending the 35 million.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2376 as an emergency ordinance. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 237 emergency ordinance.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading and final reading ordinance 2376 as an emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. I just want to see if we can quickly say why this is being done as an emergency ordinance for the record.
Again, it's because of the rapidly changing interest rate in the market. So in order to lock it in, to achieve the savings that we hope for, we need to do an emergency ordinance. Otherwise, it extends out another, at minimum, 60 days.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, will you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2376, an ordinance authorizing the issuance by the City of Commerce City, Colorado of one or more series of its sales and use tax revenue bonds, providing other details in connection therewithin, and declaring an emergency on first and final reading. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis, Noble, and Douglas. Thank you.
Okay, motion carries 8-1. The motion earlier to postpone anything that was not related to this ordinance means we will not do administrative council business, and we will not do reports tonight. Thank you to all the public who stuck with us through this marathon session and meeting. Thank you to all the staff members still present. Thank you to the council members who are still awake. Have a good evening. Have a good night. We are adjourned.